is a global initiative by TiE to embrace, engage, and empower women entrepreneurs across the globe. And today's pitch competition brings together 10 women from the UAE closer to the opportunity to win $100,000 of an equity prize at the global competition. The global competition will be held at the TiE Global Summit, and our MENA final will be held at the GITEX Summit later this year. We're so glad to have all of you join us today to support all of these future unicorns. We received some 200 applications this year, more than double the number from last year, from across the MENA region, from women-led licensed businesses. How amazing is that? 200 applications, and the 10 in the room today have made it to the final today. But it's not so much about the competition or the program. This also, thanks to TiE, brings together lots and lots of opportunities to network, connect, access mentors and investors who will be sitting in the room and amongst the judges here today. So to get things rolling, I'd like to call Veena, who is our TiE Women MENA co-chair, to get the competition started.
Thank you, Megha. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's amazing event. Judges, thank you for doing what you're doing, because it's not going to be easy. And participants, remember, you are already winners. I'm sure all of us have used the sentence, after all, what's in a name? This is not a question that will ever befit or be addressed to the person who I have the pleasure of introducing to all of you now. The mere mention of his name makes everyone in the room sit up and listen. When he calls, people answer and get things rolling. When you give his reference, doors that did not exist open. And he inspires everyone around him just by the virtue of his presence. His short name spells stoic business acumen and entrepreneurial exuberance like no other. PK. The short name you're known by defies the magnum opus of a leader that you are. Requesting our own President Emeritus, PK Gulati, to say a few words.
Veena, you set me up. Thank you. I'm humbled, and I also wear black, so it makes it even more kind of intimidating, correct? Thank you very much, everybody, for being here. It is extremely gratifying that 20 years ago, almost to the date, we started TiE as a chapter here. It's a part of a global network of the largest organization started by, supported by, and for supporting entrepreneurs globally. We have 60-odd chapters in 60 cities around the world. And what we are here for today is the largest competition supporting women entrepreneurs globally. It's happening in 40 different cities, in fact, more than that. The Middle East chapter, which is Dubai, we are hosting 5 of those competitions. So we have a competition for the UAE, which is today, the finals we look at. We have a similar competition in Saudi. We have a similar competition for Egypt. We have a similar competition for the Levant area. And we also have a competition for what we call the rest of the Middle East, other countries and areas which we cover from here. And the idea is the most important demographic, women in entrepreneurship, is actually not as well funded, as well supported as some of the other, demographics or divisions that we would do. And as TiE, as a not-for-profit supporting entrepreneurship, this has been a challenge that we have taken for the last few years. As a member of the global board, we have decided, we have seen the change this makes. This is our 3rd year where we are doing this competition globally. So today, the winner of this competition will represent the UAE in what is going to be the MENA finals, which we'll have on stage at GITEX with a very large prize distribution, which I won't tell you much about, but you'll see it over the... And the idea is for us to actually make sure the startups which are, which have made the effort to come this far, reach the next level. And then the winner of all the 5 competitions will actually go into the global finals again, which happened in December in Hyderabad this year. They happened in Dubai last year, but it's happening in Hyderabad. So you'll go and you'll fight for the largest purse there is in a similar competition, with support from global mentorship and extension of business in different parts of the world. I am proud and privileged to say thank you to the great team led by Veena here and the rest of the people who have made it happen. I wouldn't hazard taking specific names. I'll leave that for Veena. But thank you for making it happen. And this will all not be possible without 2 sets of people. One, obviously, is the startups. Thank you very much for making the effort of taking part. And it's not just the winners. Everybody will be mentored, everybody will be supported, so please ask irrespective. And the second set is our people who come and support us, our judges. Thank you very much for taking the time. I know it does take away a very large portion of the day for you, but thank you very much for helping us. Thank you.
Thank you, PK, for always supporting us. Just like TiE Global came into existence 3 decades ago in the Silicon Valley over a casual conversation, the TiE Women Initiative was born over a conversation among few charter members during a retreat. And the initial landscape of the program apparently was drawn up on a piece of napkin. Fast forward 3 years, and here we are, bigger and better than ever before, supporting, enabling, and empowering hundreds of women entrepreneurs all over the world through workshops, master classes, accelerator sessions, expert resources, networking events, one-on-one mentoring, and investor connects. And all this for free, with no charge for the entrepreneurs. The Global Pitch Competition is one of the main events of our annual program, and we'll see finalists from over 60 chapters from around the globe competing for the potential to win $100,000 of equity-free prize money. This year, it's being held in Hyderabad in India. The TiE Women MENA program caters to one of the largest regions globally and supports a growing number of women entrepreneurs from the region. The TiE Women Dubai chapter has the pleasure of sending 5 finalists to the global finals, and this year we received over 200 applications for the competition. We are here today to choose the UAE finalist from among 10 women-led businesses. Congratulations, ladies, you're already winners. I'm always proud to say that I am a quintessential product of TiE, who's had a 360-degree journey with TiE. Unlike PK, who started at the top, I started at the bottom like you guys. I became a part of TiE as a young female entrepreneur 18 years ago. Had the privilege of being mentored by the best and best in the industry who helped me dodge many curveballs that were thrown my way in my business. And most of all, they helped me get up and run when I was deflated and defeated. Here I am today, giving back to this amazing ecosystem, whatever little I can. So please go on and press that button and become a TiE member, no matter what part of the entrepreneurial journey you're on. You're going to make the most of it, and it's going to benefit you. Having a baby, taking care of a family, cooking a big dinner, or just going out with the girlfriends to have a blast. None of these excuses will ever stop us from being a woman entrepreneur. Being in this room is a proof of that. So go on and enjoy this journey when you can. Thank you for being here, and we love you all. And as I say, it takes a globe to raise a woman entrepreneur and make her successful. So we thank our community partners who support us in this journey. Thank you, everyone. And I should thank my team, Payal, Cicely, Krisha. Without you, I would not have been able to stand here to even speak for these 2 minutes. So thank you for all that you do, and thank you to all the charter members who support us all the time. Thank you. Back to you, Megha. The mic is yours.
Veena and PK. Veena, I agree with you. I have often, without even him knowing, used PK as my password to a lot of things, and I can assure you it works. Sorry, PK. I'd like to start by introducing our judges today, and thank you all for being here with us. I promise you it's not going to be an easy job ahead, but it'll definitely be a lot of fun. We start with Ned Jarudi. Ned leads Lancor's practice in the Middle East and works on the executive and board searches for regional groups as well as international companies looking to expand in the region. You better be listening, entrepreneurs. Ned has also launched the first international incubator in MENA in partnership with the Dubai Future Foundation. So you definitely want to get his attention with your pitch. Next up, we have Saima Khan. She's Managing Director of Citizen Cosmetics. Saima holds a very strong background in developing new businesses, building organizations in North America and the Middle East, and holds experience with financial strategy for creating innovative projects and providing leadership to grow revenue. That's another great mentor friend you want to make and impress on today's panel. We have with us also Matthew Davies. I apologize. At FedEx in the region. I'm told Matthew is someone who believes that if you're of an entrepreneurial mindset, you will discover business opportunities when you least expect them. A gifted and talented executive leader with vast international experience in development. Matthew began his journey with FedEx back in 1999 and has performed a variety of roles across the Asia Pacific and MENA region. He is also a two-time, very impressive, recipient of the prestigious FedEx President's Club Award. Welcome, Matthew. We also have with us Aparna Verma, who is CEO of Scholars International Group. Since taking over Dubai Scholars School in 1984, I interviewed for admission at Dubai Scholars a very long time ago, so it's nice to meet you, Aparna. Aparna has followed her passion for endowing younger generations with skills of grit, perseverance, and confidence. It's a very tough school to interview with, so it's really nice to have you with us today. This desire originates from her personal experiences requiring strength and skills to survive as a woman entrepreneur and succeed with courage to make things happen. Thank you for being here with us today, Aparna. And you haven't lived in Dubai if you haven't eaten at one of the restaurants he's been involved in. We have with us today Naeem Madad, CEO and founder of Gates Hospitality. Naeem has been based in the Middle East for more than 20 years, so he's seen tremendous growth in the hospitality industry, gained deep cultural understanding of the ways of the region. That'll be an interesting conversation. and supported. I cannot tell you how many people have told me how Naeem has supported businesses and owners in the hospitality industry in the region. So for those startups pitching to that sector, you definitely want to talk to Naeem and get his details after. Naeem is considered a godfather figure, nurturing the careers of many faces in in the industry. So thank you all judges, really appreciate you taking the time to be here. And let's get the show started. First up, I don't know why there's not a lot of space on this podium, so I apologize. I think it moved while I was sitting away. Yeah, please. I'm sorry, no problem. I injured my foot a few days ago, and so I'm a bit of not as prepared as usual. I apologize, but we're not going to stop the show. Let us welcome our first team. We have with us Akya Sanitation, presented by Ching Man Mui and Sophia Tan. Welcome.
Poor sanitation costs the world 1.8 billion lives and 250 billion US dollars every year. In fact, more than 60% of the world population do not have access to sewer network. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mandy, and together with Sophia, my co-founder for Akya Sanitation, we're going to talk a little bit more about the global toilet problem and our approach to solving it. In developed countries, toilets use too much water. More than 20 liters of water is flushed to the toilet per person per day. That's not a very wise way to spend our water, especially in countries or in regions where we're facing water scarcity. More significantly, in the developing world, the sanitation problems lie in the lack of it, or the lack of a safe version of it. This costs the 1.8 million deaths that we've talked about, and also poor health and the loss of dignity. And all these could have been prevented by a safer, better, and improved toilet. Huge problem needs radical solutions. And we, Akya Sanitation, is a startup committed to creating sustainable, innovative solutions to help solve the world's sanitation crisis. So we have developed a range of products that center around the concept of safely treating feces in a bag. And let's dive in to see what we have. First, we have a specially designed urine liquids diverting pan that diverts cleansing water and urine away from our fecal solids. And all the while, it does not need energy, and we minimize the use of flush water because of the way we designed the system and also the pan. Then our fecal solids will drop into our Akyas bag, which is a breathable, compostable layer of membrane that allows water vapor to pass through and not anything else. So what happens is that feces will be safely contained in our bag. And dewaters continuously happen because of the breathable membrane, right? And lastly, here comes our third component, which is a proprietary powder mix that can disinfect feces. So all these together become a wastewater treatment plant in a bag. And by placing the bags in a greenhouse, we accelerate the waste to value transformation process. And what comes out will be high-quality, premium, organic products, such as soil conditioner and insulation blocks. And lastly, we have a complementary software system, our track and trace application, that enables a smoother operation for our operators and also generate insights from our operational and usage process. So compared to sewered sanitation, IKEA sanitation do not consume a lot of water. And because we don't need the building of wastewater treatment plants or sewer network, we have very low capital expenditure. And compared to non-sewered sanitation, again, we do not need the building of centralized treatment plants, and we do not need desludging process that requires mechanical tools. Therefore, we're minimizing the operational expenditure. And the best thing is that we generate profits from the value-added byproducts, and these products could be commodified, and you can monetize the value from it. So we bring different values to different customer segments. In developed markets, we reduce cost and we minimize the use of water. So we create values for households and governments. In the developing markets, we help latrine businesses and also sanitation entrepreneurs to run a more profitable business, again, because of the byproducts that we create, that we enable through our waste-to-value treatment process. For families, we bring them health and dignity through an affordable toilet solution. And for governments and NGOs, with the same budget, they can serve more family. We also bring in the lens of environmental sustainability, and also we bring jobs to communities.
Right. Thank you, Mandy. My name is Sophia. I'll be taking you through the second half of our presentation. Right, so Akias incorporates multiple revenue streams in our business. So first, we have transactional revenue. So we will sell our bags and pans directly to consumers as well as sanitation businesses. We will also sell the generated high value-added byproducts such as soil amendment to businesses. Second, we will generate project and service revenue by targeting corporations, governments, and non-government organizations that have the responsibility to provide sanitation for their communities and their employees. So we will sell our products to in bulk with them, provide a sanitation service, as well as also provide training to them. Finally, we may also be able to monetize the data that we collect as we provide a sanitation service. So we can sell the data, and in the future, possibly also sell carbon credits based on this data that we collect. So this will help us generate recurring revenue. Yeah. So the total market size for global sanitation is estimated to be about $400 billion US. And for Akias, over the next few years, we'll actually be concentrating on the Bangladesh market, where there are about 18 million households and 40 million public toilets that do not have access to proper sludge management. So this is an estimated market size of about $300 million US. And for us, we target to achieve a 10% market share, and this is about $30 million US in Bangladesh alone. Yeah. So since 2017, we have been very committed to trying to improve the global sanitation situation. So we have conducted a set of small-scale pilots in Jordan and Turkey from 2020 onwards. And in our latest pilot, we actually built and operated 2 sanitation facilities in the Zaatari refugee camp in Jordan. And we are now estimated to be providing services to about 100 users a day. And from this pilot, we learned a lot about how to better improve our products to make sure it's friendly to our users, how to communicate with our users, because toilets are a sensitive topic. Right, and the third thing is how can we better track our operational data. And so now we're actually ready to be expanding our pilots to Bangladesh in multiple locations. And we'll do so in collaboration with our strategic partners. So in Bangladesh, we'll be working with BREC and Basa Foundation to be delivering these services to their communities. We'll be targeting households and municipalities in our pilot. And we will actually be first doing market and needs assessments to make sure that our customers' needs are met, co-design our solutions with them, and also conduct demand generation activities to facilitate our market entry as well as generate sales. So from here, we aim to validate our product market fit, our business model, right, and also make sure that we are able to market effectively to our customers. And from there, we expect to scale within Bangladesh, as well as expand to other countries, including India and Nigeria. Yep. So we expect to achieve 5,000 daily users in 2023 and increase to 400,000 by 2027 per day. And this will actually allow us to reach profitability in 2025 and break even in 2026. So if we were to win any money, 50% will go towards implementation in Bangladesh, 25% towards improving our products as well as our value-added byproducts, and 25% to marketing and public relations. Yeah. So we are a team with more than 30 years experience in different industries, including public health, manufacturing and design, as well as chemical engineering and operations. And we are also a member of the ISO Committee for Biosolids in India. So this will allow us to influence the future standards on how we can use treated human fecal waste for non-food agricultural applications. Right, so finally, we need your help and support to scale our reach. So with more operational funding partnerships, we will be able to collectively create more impact. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, time for questions. Judges, who'd like to go first?
Yeah, my question is regarding Bangladesh and the other countries. They're notoriously difficult for transportation, which is my area. Where will you be producing the bags, and how will you then distribute? And have you factored that into those costings?
In the factory. So we do intend to produce as much as possible locally to minimize those transportation costs. And for distribution, that's why we do intend to work very closely with existing sanitation businesses. So ideally, they would find value in our product and also distribute that to their own network in communities. Yeah.
Hi, thank you very much. That was a wonderful presentation. My question regarding Bangladesh, have you guys done some preliminary R&D in that area? Have you started dialogue with anybody there that you could align yourself with, and what type of feedback are you getting from them?
Right, yeah. So I think it's BRAC and BASA Foundation, operating partners, are already active in the sanitation space. So BRAC especially is a very big organization that provides multiple services, including microfinance, and they have a BRAC bank. So they have had experience of bringing sanitation, new sanitation products to the market there. So that's why we're working closely with them to leverage on their expertise in this area. Feedback-wise, there has been previous instances of using treated fecal waste in agriculture. So this is not something new to Bangladesh. So that's something that is important to us to be trying there. And I think that the feedback is also that because Bangladesh is a washer population, so the existing dry toilets have not been working well. So we hope that we'll be able to bring something new to try to work around that. Yeah.
So BASA Foundation and BRAC that Sophie has talked about are the local organizations that we have actively been talking with. And I'm also personally visiting them next week to have a deeper dive into our project, right, that we'll be doing together. And in addition to that, through our pilots previously in Turkey and Jordan, we actually have established relationship with regional and global organizations like Oxfam, IDE, and some other. So they have their global headquarter in, they have their regional headquarter in Amman, and that actually enable us to have a better network in the region and also have connection with the organizations in their local office in Bangladesh as well. So that's also our strategy to scale, right, through the network of existing organizations.
Hi, hello. I have a very simple question. I'd like to understand, when I was looking at the visual, the bag is in a garbage bin, and I'm trying to understand how does it actually work? Where does the bag go? And then when you take it to the greenhouse, is this bag sustainable in the sense that does it decompose like the bag? So I just want to get a bit of clarity on that.
Yeah. Yes, thank you for the question. Yeah, so for the bags, we depicted in the garbage bin because that's sort of like how we can transport the bags easily. Yeah, so they'll be within a bin, but what happens is that the bin can actually be rolled out and we can collect the bags like on a bicycle, and that's enough to transport them to a greenhouse. Yeah, so the bin is just something to hold the bag in, but it's replaceable. So the bags will be replaced within the bin. Yeah.
So there is a category of sanitation solution that's called container-based sanitation. And we're part of that alliance, actually. But what we bring to that container-based sanitation model is that we bring an upgraded version to it. We bring that lining of a compostable material within that trash bin so that the operator themselves can very easily slide the bags out onto the greenhouse instead of, the current practice of just shuffling things and also cleaning it with water again. So we're minimizing the labor intensiveness and also the water consumption in the process. So we're bringing a more upgraded, modified version of a container-based sanitation to our clients, essentially.
Yeah, and the bags are compostable, so just in soil it will disappear over a period of a few months. So it's completely biodegradable. Yeah, so we don't actually need to collect the bags and throw it separately. It just decomposes together with the feces inside.
I think I'm still confused on how the poop is collected. I'm sorry, I'm being a little difficult here, but when you're dealing with consumers and you're talking about individual households, which is the first target market, how are they separating the poop?
In fact, toilet is a very hard topic to talk about, and I find it also very difficult in the 3 minutes to explain all the products in our
So the design of the pen itself has a hole, right, and channels to allow water to separate from feces. So the feces drops into the hole. We have a flap that blocks it from sight, and within the hole is a bag. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm going to have to stop again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can we have a louder round of applause for being so brave to go first? Akyasa, everyone. Thank you. We're going to give the judges a few minutes to log in their scores. Just to let everyone know, our judges have been especially selected based on the sectors that the pitches come from for these startups. So you're not just pitching to anyone, you're pitching to experts in their respective sectors, which makes it much more exciting, but also that much more difficult to impress them, right? I warned both all the participants, but also the judges. Unfortunately, I get to play the bad guy. I get to cut everyone off, but that's only in the interest of being fair. We want to be fair to all the participants, so we want to make sure that everyone gets the exact amount of time, right down to the second. So again, I apologize in advance if I'm cutting you off. Don't wait outside for me in the parking lot. I swear it's not personal. How's everyone feeling? How are our startups feeling? Yeah. It's really hard to be the first one to go on, so I really appreciate Akyasa as well, because it's one thing to sit there watching that first pitch. It's a whole different thing to be the first one doing it and taking the questions from the judges. So can we have another round of applause for them? So I was reading a report last month that really made me think about how important this competition is. I mean, we live in a world where I'm sure all of the women in the room, it's come March 8th, we suddenly see all of this talk about, oh, well, women, we need to empower women, we need to support women. What happens during the rest of the year? I'll tell you what happens. New data shows that female startups and entrepreneurs secured just 0.1% of the $105 million available in the funding pot last month. 0.1%. So thinking about that number, this isn't just any competition, this isn't just any initiative. It really, really matters that TiE are taking all this effort to create this space to genuinely support entrepreneurs and female entrepreneurs, not just with funding, but all the connections across the global network in terms of the mentors, in terms of investors, in terms of those introductions. A competition is great, and of course we all want to win, but really it's about meeting that one connection sometimes that can really change the fate of your business or get you your first client, right? Or your first big client. So can we have a special round of applause for the TiE team for the big difference they're making here today? We're almost ready to move on to our next pitch. We'll just give the judges another 30 seconds or minute or so. Yeah. I have the thumbs up. We're almost there, so thank you for your patience. We can move to the next pitch. I'm told, and I will look at someone from TiE in the room, there's also a QR code that you can scan to provide your feedback on the pitches. So make sure you do that. It's not counted in the result, unfortunately, but it's great for the startups to have that feedback. So please do make the time. All right, please put your hands together for our next startup, Dressarte by Natalie. Welcome.
Hello everyone, my name is Natalie, I'm founder of Dressarte. So, while waiting for the presentation, I'm not sure how much time it will take, but anyway, it's okay. I'm going to talk about a very different topic. Something that actually we all should care about, because we're going to talk about our clothes that we wear every single day. So before we start going into Dressarte concept, I just want to draw your attention to a couple of facts and figures. You have probably heard already that the fashion industry is responsible for more than 10% of the global carbon emission, which is huge, right? What is even more surprising is that 85% of all the textiles actually go to the landfills. And if you think for a second, it's equivalent to one garbage truck being dumped each second. But fortunately, there are more and more people like me and you who are concerned about the environmental impact and searching for alternative solutions. Because now it is clear that there are a lot of problems, but overconsumption and overproduction seems to be the main ones. And the industry needs to innovate to fight against the waste. So it's high time we did it. All right. Okay. Guys, I'm not sure. Okay. So we hear a lot about sustainable fashion these days, right? So what is it exactly? There are so many different ways how to approach this subject. But if we want to aim and tackle the problem, we should be looking at the core of the issue, which is overproduction and overconsumption. How to fight against it? The answer seems to be clear: to produce clothes on demand, custom-made, or having them bespoke. I will leave you to have a look at other options, and then it's absolutely up to you to see what works best for you. But today I'm going to focus on this very core problem. So what happens if you want to have your clothing custom-made or bespoke? Basically, the majority of people these days are concerned that that would cost a lot of money, it will take a lot of time, it's not convenient because tailors and dressmakers require multiple fittings for you, and we all live very busy life, we basically don't have time for that. So no solution exists these days to design your own clothes online and at the same time to support dressmakers and tailors and to serve people outside of their location. So, ladies and gentlemen, here is the solution, DressArt. DressArt is an online couture service that connects dressmakers to customers, enabling virtual design, digital measurements taking, offering high-quality, eco-friendly fabrics, making this tailoring experience more affordable and accessible than ever. So basically, we're in the middle of this ecosystem between customers, tailors, and textile companies. So what it allows us to, what benefits it has, it will help us save time and money if we use online service, right? And if we design clothing that are perfectly matching our own preferences, we can choose the textile, we can make them made to measure. We do not actually need to buy multiple clothes if we just want to have one that is 100% perfect. It allows dressmakers, no matter where they're based, to get extra money and income, and that was a huge problem, especially during lockdown, during COVID. And finally, world can be of a better movement and to support sustainability and conscious fashion and fight together the overproduction and waste. So how this works, the process actually is very simple. You can go online, fill in the questionnaire, and tell a few words about the garments you're looking for. So give me 1 second. Is it possible to click on the first slide over here on the mobile? Yeah, on the design your clothes. So after filling the questionnaire, behind the scene team of designers and stylists will be working on your own design, and will also be able to improve the design in 3D to make sure the customers visualize, because visualization is one of the problems in the tailoring as well. And so after that, the clothing will be sent directly to customers' home, and we reduce huge carbon footprint. I think it's not liking me for some reason. Yeah. No, it's fine. I just really want to show how it works, and it's a little bit upsetting. It's not showing. Oh, to the left too. No worries. That's fine. Yeah, I just want to make sure that I stick to the presentation. If you can just click probably to the next slide, and that will be fine. It's okay. You can just click manually. I'm totally fine. Yeah, it works. Perfect. Okay. Anyways, I can show how it works during the break. Thank you. Right, so the business model, we actually receive at least 30% from each transaction made on our website, and an average shopping cart is more than $1,500 at the moment, and it's going up as we're hitting a very huge demand when it comes to the wedding and bridal industry, and it's one of the most popular categories. Unfortunately, with all the restrictions been lifted, we're expecting a rise in wedding dresses demand. So far for the past 3 years, been successfully delivered more than 500 items, and we have partnered with more than 4 textile companies and that provides us with eco-friendly fabrics, including dead stock fabrics, surplus fabrics that are mainly sourced from France and Italy. And we're onboarding new partners, making sure we are up to date with the latest technology when it comes to fabrics as well. And we're a team of more than 25 dressmakers and tailors working with us, and we are onboarding more. So at the moment, there are companies in the market, but the majority of them offer personalization service. Just to give you a few ideas, what it means is that you basically have a selection of clothes, but you cannot modify the design. You can just change a little bit of the length, or just to add some personal touch, but you cannot come to anybody say, oh, this is the dress that I want that doesn't exist. So basically, nobody does it unless it's a haute couture house that will charge you a considerable amount of money for that. So, and we found a way how to make it scalable and interesting and entertaining solution for everybody. So we're actually the first in the market to offer this kind of service, bringing technology to the use of the consumers and giving access to luxurious fabrics that has never happened before, and at the same time supporting the community. So at the moment we're raising $2 million to accelerate the growth, but also to develop our in-house size and feed measurement solution to scale the business even further. We're a team of more than 15 years cumulative experience in entrepreneurship, business development, and e-commerce. And we live with sustainability at heart, and this is just our lifestyle, and it comes very natural for us to speak to our target audience. So the restart was very well received during the last few years, and we got featured in various media outlets. And I would be happy for you if you can try on the service. Here is a QR code, and I hope I'll motivate you just to look a little bit outside of our ordinary habit for fast fashion. So thank you very much for your attention.
Can we have a louder round of applause for Natalie for keeping her nerve during the technical issues? Judges, who would like to go first?
Hi, yeah, nice idea. Question, who's your target audience exactly for this? And how long do you think it's going to be before you actually make a dent in what you're trying to achieve in terms of, sustainability and goals and things like that? Because it seems like, with the numbers that you showed at the beginning, it's a big ask.
It is, but it's also a multi-billion-dollar industry. So if you think for a minute that, the amount, it's small. It's very small comparing to what is going to happen if we finally reach the goal and to, connect these parties that are not communicating with each other at the moment. So the development of the app itself costs a considerable amount of money, but once again, because there is a huge potential behind it. And I've been into this business since 2015, doing it part-time at the beginning, then moving full-time, doing it my career. But the app that exists at the moment, they're just not built by tailors and dressmakers. And you can understand that there's a huge potential if people who actually know the business will do that. So that's why the number might seem high, but if we go into the details, to be honest, it's really nothing comparing to the impact it's going to have.
And in terms of my first question, the customer segmentation?
Oh, yeah, sure. So we're actually targeting, in the first place, millennials who are very much concerned about the environmental issues that exist. But, you know, we were very surprised because nowadays we have clients coming from absolutely different background. For example, like I said, we do a lot of bridal wear, and we see that people from really different generations come to join us because they want to design their own clothes, just because they have, you know, their moms, their grandmothers were doing sewing, or they used to be dressmakers. So it's actually a community that is currently growing, although we were not targeting a specific target audience at the very beginning. It's just incredible how many people are very passionate about, you know, being creative and finally have a word into this industry that didn't hear them before. So the age that our clients is between 25 and 35 at the moment. I started in Paris, and at the moment the majority of our clients are based in Europe, UK, US, and Australia. And currently, since I moved to Dubai, I'm expanding business here, and it's incredible to see how many people respond to the concept here as well. So yeah, we're targeting very conscious consumers who are passionate about spending time outside, close to the nature. So if I go deeper into how we work with targeting advertising, so we've done a very big analysis how to find our perfect clients.
Saima, I know you and Naeem both have a question. We have 2 minutes left, so 1 minute each,
Thank
please.
you. Thank you very much for the presentation. I'll try to be quick. However, I have several questions, so I'm just going to restrict it to one or two, basically. My question is on you use the word affordability factor,
Yeah.
which is nice. But my question is that as a consumer who also likes to customize my own clothes and work with tailors, I find that there's a lot of back and forth after the product is ready. I didn't realize the hem has to be a little bit smaller, or you made it, there's human error where, the waistline or the inches are too big, too much, whatever. How do you factor that in and still offer an affordable product? And who absorbs that cost?
Yeah, sure. So thanks to our 3D design, we're actually able to show you exactly how the garments would fit on you, because we use this kind of technology that will take into account your own body measurements. And then so the first thing we look into the detail how the clothes would fit thanks to this 3D technology. And then we also do digital fittings, trying to make sure you understand how everything fits, if it's the kind of lens that you envision. Because I know what you're saying, it's not obvious to see this kind of details if you do just 2D sketch. We are not able to realize it. And then, for example, with fabrics, it's so difficult to imagine how it would actually look like. And with 3D visualization, it's very easy, and it's...
We have 60 seconds left. I'm going to go to Naeem. I apologize.
Fashion is all about touch, sense. How do you plan on bridging the gap between virtual and real life?
Yeah, so we started virtual, and well, COVID has proved that it's a good way to go for. At the moment, as we are growing, we have clients who are just not really sure about going online. So in that case, we're currently working on a hybrid business model where they would be able to design online, but if they want to meet dressmaker, let's say based where they are, we'll be able to connect them to them so they can try the final product, and at the same time to, it's a kind of peace of mind for them.
I'm
so
sorry, time's up. Thank you so much. Can we have a very loud round of applause for Natalie? And well done on dealing with all the tech issues. It really, really, really takes a lot to stand up there and see your slides not show up next. I would be really thrown off. I was thrown off with just my papers not being in order. So hats off to you, Natalie. We're just going to wait for the judges to plug in their scores and give them a couple of minutes. Meanwhile, you have the QR code. Plug in your feedback for the entrepreneurs. I know it will mean a lot to them. So please put in your feedback as well. What I love about pitch competitions is the variety. You just don't know what's going to come up next, right? So we've gone from questions on where does the poop go to now talking about fashion. And I won't lie, I'm more interested in fashion, just personally. I'm not an investor, so you know, I like the idea of feeling very good and responsible about my retail therapy, because that's what Dress Out sounded like. I can shop with a little less guilt, right? Okay. Just so you know, the judges usually get faster with each pitch. No, I see you guys typing away furiously, so it feels like you're getting faster. Efficient, yes. So it really is the way entrepreneurs work, right? You can stand up here to do your pitch, but it's much like being in the business. Anything that you think is going to go to plan probably isn't. So that is great, and I can see people shaking their heads agreeing. Quick show of hands, how many times have things gone according to plan? Oh, no one's raising their hand, great. How many times have things not gone according to plan? Anyone had that scenario? Really? Only everybody? Really? Yeah, I can agree. It's part of also just being human, right? Because of social media, we place so much emphasis on showing a perfect picture, but we all know what happens behind the scenes, and nothing usually goes according to plan. When they're pitching? Okay, I'll place them there. Right, we're almost there. We're almost ready to go. Okay, we're ready to move on to our next pitch. Please put your hands together for Lil Thoughts by Rehab Saab and Lara Abu Ghanim. Welcome.
Okay. Have you ever felt like good enough is no longer good enough for you? Meet little Adam. As an aunt trying to attend to her little nephew's needs on his first visit to Dubai, it was unacceptable to see that baby food companies sitting on, sorry. It was upsetting to see that global baby food brands standing on supermarket shelves are still convincing parents today that this is the best they can do. You're ready to compromise on a number of things, but on your baby's health and eating habits, this is definitely, you shouldn't be one of them. Sorry. Did you know that the first 3 years of our lives are fundamental in instigating healthy eating habits? So my struggle with Adam turned out to be an agony for a whole number of parents in a whole number of ways. We have the first-time parent who have no clue where to start. The working parents are racing against time for that very extra minute with their child. The tourist whose only kitchen is an overpriced mini fridge. The amateur cook who feels guilty for repeating that same pumpkin puree every day. or the health enthusiast who refuses to feed her child packaged food that is literally older than her child. My name is Rihab Saab, and I'm the founder and CEO of Finalists. And with me today is my daughter Lara, who is an avid supporter of our mission and purpose. Little Tots started as a proposal in my executive MBA. To my surprise, it was recognized as a disruptive concept by the chairman and CEO of the Coca-Cola International, and won first prize for the best entrepreneurship idea. Well, among other submissions like artificial intelligence and blockchain. So, but you know what's the biggest reward for me? Is seeing and getting the feedback from the happy mom when she starts to come to us. Sorry, I'm a bit very nervous. Thank you so much. So today, we are here to redefine what baby food is. Because that tiny meal is a giant mean to acquire healthy eating habits, sensory learning experiences, and bonding time for the whole family. And with your help, we can grow, scale, and take this to the future. So I'm going to introduce, let me take you through our journey. We provide ready-to-eat meals that are freshly cooked and 100% preservative-free. Our balanced menus have been prepared in consultation with our child nutritionist, who ensures that the child is getting the right amount of nutrients from vitamins and minerals. And our chef makes sure that the cooking process maintains such nutrients within the dish. I leave you to look at some photos to learn how we plate the food in a way that appeals to the eye first, with visible ingredients and fresh colors, served in an age-appropriate texture. What we're trying to do here is that take baby food to the next level, saying that baby food should not only be pureed food, children should get accustomed to eating textured food. We guide the parents of what exactly, what she can or what she can't feed her child, and just make her life much more easier. So this is how we're adding value for parents. We continue to listen to what parents need and introduce such plates as we expand our offerings. Okay.
All right, so when it comes to assessing the product market fit, we need to look at the demand drivers first, right? So looking at the UAE market specifically, there is a growing infant population rate, and at the same time, the birth rates are increasing. So it gives us a larger number of people we could target. In terms of health, there is a high child obesity prevalence in the UAE. Actually, it's at 17.4%, increased 5% in just 3 years. So this is introducing the concept of preventative measures and not just corrective measures, right? We also have a high and rising labor force participation rate. And this is not just for all, this is also specifically for women. We've seen a 25% increase in the number of women who've entered the workforce in just 2 years. And of course, this rate is not slowing down anytime soon. In terms of Dubai, so it's a hub for tourism, right? And in 2021 alone, they've recorded over 7 million tourists who have entered the country. Most of these tourists are actually families. We're talking 73%. And a lot of them stay in hotels for an average of 10 days. So that gives us a large market we can tap into as well. In terms of the pulse check of the market, right now the fresh food industry is doing significantly better than the packaged food industry and is growing at a faster rate. And in terms of investor appetite, we've seen that the majority of investments in the first half of 2020 were actually in F&B industries, specifically the e-commerce food business. And looking at that shows us just how attractive this market is. In terms of market size, globally the baby food industry records around $74 billion in revenues, but I want to focus at the UAE market specifically and delving deeper into the prepared baby food industry segment, We have $17.5 million in revenues, so which is a pretty large market to tap into. But more interestingly is that growth rate that's projected for the future. It's at 13.4%. Compare that to the global rate. That's almost 2.5 times the rate. And to the MENA region specifically, it's around 1.6 times. So we're really at the right place at the right time right now. In terms of competition, honestly speaking, the entities you see in front of you are not necessarily our direct competitors. They just operate in the same industry. We provide food as a learning experience rather than just a product. We focus on transparency throughout the entire process, and that's from the production to what's actually inside the meal containers. So the parents actually have access to the nutrients inside. We offer parents the ability to access our child nutritionists, so if they have any questions, they can just pick up the phone. And of course, we have an ecosystem business model which allows us to have limited setup costs and is sustainable and scalable in different markets. And let's not forget about the fact that we are a food delivery service, so we actually send the food right to your house.
Okay, thank you. So where to find us? Customers can place an order in just 4 clicks. You visit our shop page, you choose between a one-time order or a monthly subscription meal plan. You just go straight to the cart and select your preferred delivery hours and proceed to checkout. That's simple. Outreach channels. People simply don't know that fresh food for babies can be delivered to their door. It is a new concept that we're trying to create in the market. We're creating a new scene. And as such, we utilize several channels to reach to our customers. Being a new concept and a new brand, we do a lot of awareness at the beginning. And then we also try to engage and provide educational content on our social media with our brand ambassadors and push it with a little bit of advertising. And definitely email marketing has been working so well for us. And our website has been designed to be SEO friendly. Now, with regards to our revenue streams, we've actually used a mix of pricing strategies to come up with a fair price that's relatively comparable to adult meal plans, while assessing as well customers' willingness to spend for a better for me service and the drive to switch from leading baby food brands. So as you can see, the prices, our balanced meal plan and starter plan are fairly priced, and that's our customers get the value of what we do if they subscribe to such 2 plans. And we've allowed some flexibility to make their own selections with your double your own bundle. Oh, well, okay.
So in terms of traction, we've managed to sell over 20,000 meals, and we're aiming to capture 1.2% market share in 2023. Our forecasted revenues will obviously be easier to achieve with some more investment. In terms of our plans for the future, we would like to put our foot in the door in KSA, as we have a large addressable market and a similar contextual similarity to the UAE. And in terms of what we will do with 100, yes.
Time's up, but we can make up in the Q&A session.
Oh,
okay, sure. Thank you.
Judges, I imagine I see you ready to go first.
First and foremost, congratulations. I love the idea, and I genuinely believe there is a market vacuum.
Yeah.
That very few are catering directly. I love the point of sustainability. I love the point of nutrition, and the fact that you're doing these meal packages for a week and so forth. 2 questions that come to my mind very quickly. One is, you made lots of references about hotels and tourism in general.
Yes.
I didn't see that being tackled on how you're going to directly target that segment in the market. That's one part. The second part of that is, have you approached hotels and authorities in order to have that direct connectivity?
We discovered this need in the market because of my personal experience with my nephew Adam. And so we started just 4 months before COVID hit. So
you have 1 minute.
Yeah, okay. So what we want to do is that we've tested the market enough to know where we want to be next. And definitely hotels is our next target, because with regards to the, I mean, we can solve a big problem for visitors who come here, and it would be a win-win. I mean, we can work on a profit share with the hotels as well, because I mean, 5-star hotel, it just associates with what we're trying to build here.
Yes, pricing strategy. What have you based your pricing strategy on, and who is the comp set that you've taken as base to do so?
How did I base my what?
Pricing, the selling
pricing strategy. So as I mentioned, we don't compare to anyone in the market. So we had a mix of pricing strategy. We used cost plus. We identified that if a healthy conscious mom is ready to pay, for example, $140, 40 dirhams a day for her to get that meal, she would also be willing to pay around 90 dirhams. So relatively speaking, and we just looked at how much the long shelf life baby products are selling in the market, and how much, how much, if we need to compare, but this is fresh food because people are willing to pay more for a better for me option. So, and I think it is very fairly priced because it's grade A ingredients cooked on daily basis. So the price definitely justifies the value.
We have time for one more question.
I have a question. Great presentation, great concept.
Thank you.
You talked about the revenue streams earlier. So can you talk about your priorities in terms of revenue streams? Is it like B2C?
Yeah.
Is it B2B? What is the percentage split? Do you see that changing over time? Even within the B2B sector, is it more like specialty stores or other? Can you just, drill down on this?
We started as a B2C, but as you know, like B2C is going to take a lot of time and money. So we were among the winners of the Spanish Local Incubator Program, and that's where we listed fresh food for the first time in the fridge section within a supermarket. Now, our experience there was a good learning experience, but moving forward, because of the price range of the product and because we offer a really niche product, that's why we are thinking, we are working more, targeting more to work with hotels, because we are very sustainable conscious. So we don't want to waste food, and we can work out like a good mutual partnership with hotels who can benefit, who can pass this added value to their customers as well. So it's like we see great potential on the B2B. And eventually, because the B2C is going to take time, so we'd rather focus on both at the same time.
I want to let Aparna get her question in. Aparna, we have about 30 seconds if you have a question. Okay, no problem. You have 30 seconds if you want to wrap up.
Well, thank you. I'm sorry first, I'm not used to this much, so this means I need to get a little bit more training on that. But what we're trying to do today is just honestly, sure. Yes. Well, these products, it depends on how fresh are the ingredients and the cooking process. So the shelf life, I think they should
I'm going to let you finish the sentence, but our time is up.
4 to 5 days shelf life. But you can put it in the freezer and it will last 1 month in the freezer.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
How cool is it that it's a mom and daughter duo? I haven't seen that very much before. So, yeah, generations of women together, starting businesses. I'm always worried at the end of this competition that someone's out there in the parking lot waiting to talk to me about cutting them off. So hopefully someone's going to be in that parking lot to make sure that I'm safe. I'm just kidding. How's everyone doing? Energy feels a bit lower. Are we getting nervous or are we getting anxious about our pitches? Just want to get it over with? That's usually the feeling, isn't it? We're just going to give our judges another minute or two, and make sure that you plug in your feedback for little thoughts using the QR code as well. That just sounded a bit like Deliveroo for babies to me. But that's $74 billion? Those babies are big bucks, aren't they? It's a lot of, I mean, they're so tiny, but $74 billion worth of an industry globally. Did not know that. The rate at which kids are using devices now, I'm pretty sure they'll be ordering it themselves pretty soon too. I have nieces and nephews who know how to swipe before they can even speak, so I guess that's quite forward thinking to have Deliveroo for babies. Just another minute and we will move on to our next pitch. Was wondering what's in there before the pitch started. We good to go? All right, guys, let's make some noise and welcome GrowCart, presented by Nesma Zagov.
Smart B2B wholesale marketplace that empowering retailers to source all their supplies efficiently. The small grocery market is the lifeblood of our communities, providing us with the day-to-day necessities and last-minute requirements in moment's notice. But those retailers have so many challenges in procuring their needs, like lack of accessibility to thousands of products, slow replenishment, and cash limitation. On the other side, the B2B market in UAE and the MENA region is extremely fragmented, with so many challenges for manufacturers and distributors, like high cost of logistics, poor reach to customers, and delayed cash collection. At GrowCart, we are solving this gap by providing the necessary supply to retailers, by using technology to connect them with manufacturers and distributors. So we can offer fast and on-demand supply with accessibility to more than 30,000 products in the market and flexible funding solutions as well. GrowCart is a tech-enabled route-to-market solution that saves time and money for suppliers and enable retailers to source all their needs in a convenient and smart way. At GrowCart, we are offering one fulfillment center, solving the gap, one fulfillment center to all suppliers and manufacturers, solving the gap in the supply chain by providing storage, fulfillment, and logistic support needed. By that way, we are cutting expenses by more than 30% for the operation. We are covering the country 100%, and also we are providing 10 times faster supply. Through our platform, we are using technology to manage inventory efficiently with suppliers, so we can offer fast supply with wide variety of products
and covering all the country as well. We are differentiated in the market by the high range of product, competing prices, and fast delivery. Our business model is unique and the first to the local market. We are adopting a hybrid business model based on the supplier's needs. We are offering fulfillment center, back-to-back model, and marketplace model. And we are making money by taking commission on each transaction on GrowCart. Plus, we are providing marketing support by raising awareness for the brands and products, and through data sharing as well. Till to date, we have delivered successfully more than 8,000 orders. We have signed partnership with market leader suppliers in UAE. We are servicing more than 1,000 customers in Dubai. We have more than 3,000 products from different 200 brands already on our platform. And we have double-digit growth month over month to reach within only 6 months of operation. We have reached 700,000 dirham sales on GrowCart. Till to date, we have made more than $1.5 million GMV within only 8 months since launching GrowCart. The opportunity is big. We are the market size for FMCG in UAE is more than $37 billion. Our next destination is to penetrate Egypt and KSA, where Egypt, the market size is more than $50 billion, and KSA, $41 billion. Regarding the competition, we are using technology to connect the SMEs with suppliers. By that way, we are offering the wide variety of product, the highest coverage, the fastest delivery. By 2027, we are aiming to reach 100,000 SMEs on GrowCart by investing aggressively in the product and by partner with suppliers and distributors all over the region. By 2023, we are aiming to cover all UAE, and we are going to expand to Egypt and KSA in the course between 2025 and 2027 to generate $100 million sales on GrowCart. Myself and Hussein Abu Al-Azm, we have more than 20 years of experience, sales, marketing, strategy, and business development. And we co-founded GrowCart because we believe that someone has to support the transformation of this very important sector in the region. And we have been supported by amazing mentors and advisors who helped us to scale our business. We have grown our team to more than 20 people in the last 8 months, and we are continuously looking for individuals who want to join us in this mission. We are seeking to raise $2 million to support our growth in the coming 18 months to generate $17 million sales on GrowCart. We are going to use this money to develop the necessary technology, to grow our team, enhance our fulfillment center, and expand to cover all UAE. Thank you for listening to us, and we are looking forward to your support to continue to impact positively our lifeblood of our communities, to continue to thrive and stay relevant for many years to come. Thank you.
Matthew, you have to go first on the logistics.
Actually, that wasn't going to be my question, but wonderful achievement. Well done. Congratulations. I have 3 questions, but I'll put them into one. What is the transaction fee? What is the margins you're making on the products that you're selling? And then how are you dealing with product that is inferior, needs to be returned, and how do you capture that as a cost to the organisation?
Yes, through our business model, which is hybrid, we have 3 business models. Marketplace, where we offering the tech support to the suppliers, but they are delivering by themselves. Then the back-to-back model, where they need our support in the logistic as well. So we are a one hub for them to deliver to different customers. And the Blue Card Fulfillment Center for some product that the supplier even doesn't have storage space and doesn't be able to fulfill also his orders, so we are supporting him in both. So our commission, it depends on the support we are giving to him. Yeah, it's in the presentation. For the fulfillment center, it's about 18%. For the back-to-back, it's about 12%. And the marketplace, about 6%. Is this our commission? Yeah. I didn't get it. What you mean? Is this purely our margin? Yeah. Yeah. So it's around now, if we can take an average, around 14%.
Next question. Go ahead, Naeem.
You caught me off guard. I love the presentation, and I love the way that you're extremely well prepared, so well done there.
Thank you.
Two points. One is looking at the market. You've obviously been operating now for 6 months. Where have you seen the growth? In which of the 3 segments you make reference to? Is it fulfillment? Is it storage? Is it which one of the 3 key pillars? That's one. And 2 is which one is proving to be the most lucrative commercially?
Yes, actually we have seen the growth in the 3 business models. We already have partnership with market leader suppliers like Unilever, Emirates Snacks Food, Kellogg's, MH Enterprises. We have so many partners now in the market, and we are on a daily basis, we are supporting them to supply the customers. Sorry, what is the second part?
Lucrative commercially.
Can you explain more?
Sure. So which one's more rewarding financially?
More financially is the marketplace and the fulfillment center. Yeah.
Ned, I know you had a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions, but I'll ask one for the sake of time. So you said you've sold about 8,000 products or something?
We have delivered 8,000
yeah.
orders.
So do you have insights into which are the most popular products? Like, have you?
For sure, it's the data.
Okay, so what can you talk about the categories of products that are kind of?
We are dealing now with food, non-food, pet food.
Sorry, what's the third one?
Products.
Food and?
Non-food, like cosmetics and these things, and pet food. Pet food.
Pet?
Pet.
Cat. Oh.
Pet food.
Oh, okay. Oh, pet food. Pet
yeah.
food. Okay. All right. And my second question, real quick, is on how are you disrupting the traditional distribution channels? Like, do you see the traditional, distributors like being anxious, or what are you seeing in the market?
Actually, it was extremely hard to convince the suppliers to join us. I remember when we started in the COVID in 2020, back in we were even doesn't have any license. At that time, it was very hard to convince them to join us because we were nothing at that time. But now the situation is totally different. Now we are receiving calls from them, emails from them. They want to join us and list the product for them to sell because they can obviously see us on the market. Our brand is well known now between retailers, and they need to grow their business, especially that the traditional trade is painful for all manufacturers and distributors. It's costly to a high extent. That's why they are eager to join GrowCart and list their product with us.
And I'm assuming you're also getting the support of the FMCG companies like Unilever, like you mentioned, as well, right?
Yeah, they are our partners in the back-to-back model.
Okay. Yeah. Excellent. Thanks.
Yeah.
That's all the time we have. Thank you so much. Round of applause for Nesma from GrowCart. You guys know the drill. As the judges plug in their feedback, please use the QR code and share your feedback as well with GrowCart. I'm sure they will really appreciate it. So I thought it would be a good time to share before we welcome our next pitch that we will have a coffee break after the next pitch. So I'm sure you'll put all your energy into the applause. Just another minute and we'll be ready to move to our next pitch. All right. So I promised you a coffee break. So put in all your energy to welcome our next pitch. Put your hands together for I'm Inclusive, presented by Hafsa Kadir.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. All right. Nudging me to the center. I tried not to do that. Okay, thank you. First of all, it's already an honor being here. I would have worked so hard to bring this perfect pool of my clients, potential clients, to one table, and they're all here, so I'm really happy to see that. Thank you so much, TiE Global, for the opportunity. I'm going to take a moment to introduce myself and to share why I'm doing what I'm doing, because I think that's the most important part. Me showing up here today is to talk about the inclusion of people of determination. And I'm taking an opportunity here at this platform to understand that the more my voice reaches you, perhaps your heart will be impacted like it has impacted thousands of people already. So I'm a proud sibling of a person of determination, a very talented person. My brother's name is Ahmed Kadir, and he was born with spinal bifida. At the age of 5 days, he went through 5 surgeries. He had curved feet. I saw my parents go through that. And soon after, my mom became a single mom. So I have seen, growing up, a lot of social injustice. I come from Pakistan. I've been living in the UAE for 11 years. I've been the breadwinner for my family for as long as I remember, and before this I used to work for Special Olympics. I just one day decided that I was going to do nothing less than purposeful with my life. So I Am Inclusive is a platform that connects people with disabilities to job opportunities. Because when I started, I used to look at my brother Ahmed, who's 15, and I used to think, by the time he's employable, I hope people are not going to look at his wheelchair only, but look at him as a whole, capable, talented person. I Am Inclusive started and incubated with the government of Abu Dhabi, where my brother and I walked into this pitch in front of a very senior government panel back then with the idea of a social enterprise. And we walked in with a piano. My brother is not playing the piano at the moment for religious reasons, as per him. But at that time, he was making music. So we played the piano because we wanted them to see that talent is possible everywhere. But there are not platforms that recognize that. Every sibling, every mother does not have the same lens that my family did. And somewhere, somebody is still hiding their child who's a person with disability. So what's the problem that we have for 1 billion people across the world? That's a huge population. That's 15%, 1 in 6 of us. There are no awareness sessions that are enough for employers to understand not only how to hire talent, but how to retain that talent. How to go beyond checklist hiring of jobs. Moreover, families and people of determination are living in isolation. When I say isolation, I don't mean we don't come out to meet each other, we just don't talk about it. We shrug the disability inclusion topic at our workplaces and in our homes under the rug. So introducing I'm Inclusive. I'm Inclusive tackles a huge data set and finds a solution for both employers and people of determination. In the UAE, the numbers that you'll find will be very, very scarce, which is what led me to creating this. So this is essentially an app and web platform. We're currently on Android, and you can use it from your browser as well. It's a digital hub of inclusion. Employers and candidates across MENA are signing up to I'm Inclusive to connect with each other to find inclusive workforce opportunities. We provide an enterprise dashboard for employers. That's Ahmed, by the way, that's my brother. So basically what it does is you can write what the person requires, they can write it on their own profile, and then the employer posts what they're willing to provide. So it's a dual-sided support. And the more projects we get, the more people of determination we hire, so 50% of our team are now people of determination. This is what a journey for an enterprise client with us looks like. I know we have employers here, so I'm sure you want to know where do we begin. We begin with assessing the accessibility of the infrastructure, both digital and physical, of the employer. We go into training the employer's teams. We start posting jobs on the platform. We help the employers build a talent pipeline. And we're a complete B2B solution all the way to forming an inclusive supply chain for every client. So this is what it actually looks like in a nutshell. When employers meet us, they're here. They want to be more equal. Then they start understanding, well, we want to actually gain equity. We want to provide people ease of access. But by the time they've started using our app, they've started removing systematic barriers to achieve social justice. You see, it's more than a good thing to do. It's the right thing to do. So there are the three kind of custom supports that we provide, which are extremely helpful in our case and helpful for employers as well. This is a person's profile. So here you have the ability section, which is the skills. And these are the preferred accommodations. Sarah is our director of opportunities, and she's also a person of determination enabled by a wheelchair. My voice has gotten shaky at this point, and it always does. So there are three parts here. We help starting from planning the job descriptions. How do you write an inclusive job description? How do you welcome people of determination to apply? Then we go into the retention support of it. Onboarding, screening, retaining, we support the entire process. And we also make sure that the focus of the hiring is on the skills of the person. We want to make it a win-win situation. We're not a charity case. We're a social enterprise, and we're built with that model. Further, we also match the data. This is different than any other job site you have at the moment. Of course, we've measured how the user behaves with LinkedIn, et cetera, to create it. But every enterprise gets a dashboard where they can download their own applicants. So, for example, HBL is hiring from I'm Inclusive at the moment in 27 locations across Pakistan. We've had Shalhoop Group hire across multiple locations in the UAE as well. So the job accessibility offered and required is matched up together. So the business model is pretty simple, and it's that every single job posting has a charge. There is annual subscription to the platform as well if you just want to use the job board. But if you want to be an enterprise client, we support end-to-end in every way. We've created really solid partnerships. We have over 600 people in MENA looking for jobs at the moment. They're upskilled people, completely talented, waiting for employers to give them a chance. We've engaged 100 organizations. We've trained over 14,000 people on what disability inclusion really means. And we have 5 giant recurring clients. We have already received over 2,000 signups to the platform. So our goal is by 2024 to have 1,000 jobs for people of determination, but I'm sure this will exponentially grow by the rate we're going at this time. How are we doing that? What's our strategy? So we've created large community spaces into inclusive community spaces. For example, we partnered up with Community Jameel, so we host regular events at Jameelat Center. I'm going to take a 5-second pause and just stop here. Okay. We've also got regional partners such as Shalhoop Group, who are multi-year partners. We've been working with them since 2020. We also have clients like HBL and many other that I cannot name at the moment, but we've also hired doctors who are people of determination. So our work is extensive, and we're creating new industries of hiring, right? We're going everywhere that people are willing to open the door because we have talent. This is our team. Our team, as I mentioned, is mostly people of determination. Sarah, when she joined me, she wasn't employed for many years, simply because she needed an accessible toilet. But nobody was willing to offer that to her. And today she has graduated executive education from the Cambridge Business School in diversity and inclusion. My brother reports to Sarah directly now. He works in our team. We We've got Noor as they hire Aisha. Aisha too is a person of determination. In 2023, we will open to angel investors and impact investors if we need to, but currently our revenues are going really strong. We're bootstrapped by revenue and the equity grant that we raised from MAN. And this year we also won a grant from Accenture for being the most impactful startup in the region. So what is I'm Inclusive? I'm Inclusive is not just me standing here in front of you. It's Rubina, who teaches sign language and wants to become an artist. It's Shailene, who trained with Miras to become a zookeeper for a day. It's all of these amazing Emirati entrepreneurs who are part of our candidate database as well. Salim, who owns a media agency. Hamdan, who's the first ASL tourism guide. Alia, who owns a gift craft agency. Aldana, who owns a fashion company. All of these people are inclusive. There are 600 people who I'm representing standing here today because I want to push open the doors for them. And I don't want any hesitance left in what do I need to do to be more inclusive. We need to open that door ourselves. So help us build the impact unicorn that we are aiming to create and impact 1 billion lives so we can create the #1 talent solution led by people of determination. Thank you.
I actually have a cousin who's got spina bifida, and so I can sort of relate to exactly what you've said. I've lived in countries around the world where the laws require certain percentages of people of determination. Is that something you're working with governments on to also push? Because whilst that's a wonderful thing to do, it's also self-interest and will help drive your business as well. That's part of the question. The second part of the question is, are you getting in front of corporations and companies to help educate? Because most larger corporations, I know where I work, for example, has a DE&I area that would love to have this sort of ability to understand. They probably don't even know it's out there. So are you building a business plan around road shows and trying to go directly to those individual companies and presenting?
Thank you so much, Matthew, for both those questions. So we have a conference coming up in November at the Accessibilities Expo, which I'll make sure everybody's invited to. It's called Inclusion in the Workplace. We have worked very heavily on our execution in the first 2 years. And I was actually doing this while working at Special Olympics till like the beginning of this year. And then we made enough revenue for me to switch. So for us, now it's the moment for us going big. And now we're talking to every almost large retail, hospitality, every sector to open up more opportunities. So we're much more in the front. And I'm much more in person presenting as well. And I'm really sorry, but I forgot your first question. Could you ask? Yes. So we're basically, our office is based out of the Abu Dhabi government's office. And every time that we start working in a country, so we've already started hiring in Jordan and KSA. We've appointed ambassadors or people of determination working with their supreme councils or authorities because our kind of work requires that support. We're a social enterprise that requires government support. So for us, that's key. Yeah.
Understand, you have trained about 15,000 people, and I wanted to understand what is your bandwidth like to be able to train so many people in such a short period of time? And my second question is it possible also for some of these people, like not even having to go to the workplace, but even working from home? Like that's another huge target audience of people who can work from home. Like let's say if I need a researcher, they don't have to come to work, but I can say, can you please research all this stuff for me? So just the question.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that question, Aparna. So we do have the work from home and hybrid model available very easily at the moment. And we are working more towards that, and there's a lot more opportunity there. I'm going to apologize, and please ask you to repeat the first half of your question.
The bandwidth on the training.
Yes. So there are 3 kind of learning models that we have. One is that we deliver the online training custom-based. We have basic modules ready for everyone. So if you require us to customize it, we'll just send you our online material along with quiz and certificate. Two, if you have an internal learning dashboard, which most organizations do, we'll get our trainers who are also trained people of determination to come to your premises, record custom videos, and you can put that on your internal learning dashboard. So if a staff is coming on board to your team, they will know your exact priority in disability inclusion, not just DEI in general. So for us, we have those two models, and then we do Zoom live in-person trainings as required.
Okay, thank you, Hafsa. Amazing, inspiring presentation. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I just need a little bit of a preview or an oversight on your financial model. For example, you've said that it's dual, which makes sense. So I'm assuming that there's financial contributions on both sides, the employer, and is it a membership base for the candidates? How does that work?
Thank you for asking that. So the support is dual-sided. We charge people of determination nothing for this. Because our model is being a international standard agency, which is a recruitment agency. Before us, only people who used to work on this was charities and non-profit organizations. So for us, it's really important to deliver the message that people of determination also have access to a recruitment agency. Employers do pay us, and very heavily so. Our sales cycle can take some time because, of course, this is not a one-person decision. It comes from all of the C-level executives at times. Requires a lot of buy-in, but we're very good on our revenue front that way.
Can you share some of the revenues with us? Sorry.
We've crossed over $150,000 in just this year already.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Can we have a huge round of applause for Hafsa and her brother Ahmed? All right, ladies and gentlemen, you know the drill. Please plug in your feedback using the QR code for Hafsa, and we will now pause for a quick coffee break. We have about 15 minutes, so I will see you back here in 15 minutes for our next 5 pitches. Thank you.
your in sound is edu. So your company is Educademy, right? Okay. So can we hear her properly? Can you be louder? Can we amplify her sound? Can we make sure the speakers here are loudest?
Yeah, we're just give us a moment to make sure the sound works okay.
We want to increase the volume, right?
Yeah, that would be great. Can we try that as well? Thank you. It wouldn't be a Zoom presentation if someone didn't ask, can you hear me? Am I right?
Can we increase the volume inside the thing? Come quickly. Yeah.
For sound system, your team is controlling.
No, we are using for one session, we're using a company.
So Sonia, are you able to speak a bit louder? Oh, that's great. Yes, that's great. And also, it's so much better. And also, if we could, because we're all watching you here, if we could ask not that you, I know it's really odd request, but try not to move too much so that there's no lag in the screen. So I don't mean, we don't need to be a statue, but maybe less movement. Of all the odd things to ask people, but that's the Zoom life we live. All right, everyone, so we're just about ready to get started. If we could please give a very loud round of applause to welcome Sunita Chadha, Sunita Chadha, founder of Educademy. Sunita, your time starts now.
Our vision is to have education that leads to innovation and creation, educate with a passion to ignite creativity. That's our vision. Our team is made up of diverse set of people, entrepreneurs, people who've been into education and finance. And the three pillars of our offering are the blended learning model, that is online and co-incentives, monitored programs for timely interventions, and a structured and planned content. The traction we've made is we have a presence in more than 8 places through partnerships, tie-up, and our own fact center, multiple experiments, and multiple children learning and workers. A bit more about the team. I've already mentioned I've been working 9 years into education. Before that, I was a banker. Worked with multiple banks and have experience in managing financial centers and private clients. Along with me is Madhuan, who himself is an entrepreneur and set up Gulf Finance Limited. 30 years of experience with design. With more than 20 years of experience on an average. They have been from diverse experiences that they have in tutoring, in test prep, in operational. That's our executive team. We've been part of the Entrepreneurs Accelerator program and also the Shera Entrepreneurship program. This has been a boon to us because we had access to a lot of mentors and advisors, which has really helped us much. Okay, it's moving on its own. Okay, what is science? A systematic body of knowledge is science. And with this as a basis, we structured all our programs. Our programs are structured. We applied the work learning module so that every type of learner is addressed. It is organized, and we've built in the monitoring and timely intervention as and when needed. One of the gaps in the market that we felt was that the teaching, especially in the tutoring market, is very monotonous. It is worksheet and only concept oriented, so we bring in the extra with the projects. Only imparting the education is not enough. The monitoring, the assessment, the timely journey that we need to go through is important. And we need to prepare our children for the workforce, the problem solvers, the creative people. That needs nurturing from a younger age. We've used the Bloom's taxonomy, which is basically a framework for learning outcomes, very, very deeply in all our programs. And this resonates very, very strongly with all our objectives as well. To be at the end, create those creators. So you did help with those creators. So we go through the entire strategy. And this is the process that we follow. I'm sorry, the screen seems to be moving on its own somehow. The process that we follow is identify, analyze the issue, provide the content that the children need, give the blended learning as and when needed, validate that learning through the tracking system, and assess on timely basis, and then come up with a cure on the learning gaps. Of course, I will not delve too much in this. We are all aware that there's a lot of demand for STEM professionals, and this needs focus from childhood. And support in the middle years and the high school. That's where a lot of children lose interest in this. This is a little bit of data which shows the growth, and especially I've used the K-12, that is our age group, data of the growth of enrollment across GCC. This is for the UAE market. I also wanted to show a ratio of teacher to student over here and why tutoring, the tutoring and the extra help is needed in the market. And sorry, yeah. So over here, I just wanted to present the help and the focus that the UAE government also has towards the STEM education. A lot of ambition to be in the top 20 for PISA outcome, which basically assesses STEM education, and multiple computer programming initiatives to teach younger children. So this is something we hope to ride on as well. These are the various platforms through which we are running our program. So in center, we have the online module, we have the after school activity, STEM events, and STEM boxes. I'll get into details later. Some of the programs that we are running right now, all the 4 sciences are covered over here. So we have fantastic physics, we have biology, computer programming, and multiple sub-programs under each. So what is the value proposition? Our educators are subject matter experts in their domain. We have organized materials, a planned program, and we use every tool that is possible to get the concept across. So be it simulations, be it projects, everything that is possible on a blended learning platform, online as well as in center. I will just take you through a picture journey quickly over here about, these are the activities. I love the expression this boy has over here. Our events we've done recently with municipality, with IMAR. This is our science center, and we wish to replicate it in multiple communities as well. This is the first one we have, and it is in Jumeirah. This is our online portal. We are about, I would say, 60% done with our materials. 40% is still in development. I'm hoping in the next 3 to 4 months we are ready with that. Our science boxes, again for the blended learning, for the online as well as for go-to-market website itself. our plan is a centralized learning platform that basically becomes the source for revenue through all of these channels. So we have a science center, we have an online enrollment, we have a science event, we have the science event, the science boxes, and even the science center for child development. This is the initiative we tried. It was about 18 children from Dubai College used the material, our content, to teach 14 children from Bangladesh who are on scholarships have come to Dubai through Maria Foundation. And the good part is that this peer-to-peer learning, these children could teach these children enough and who had huge learning gaps coming from very underprivileged schools. And they could finally manage to clear their academic year, and that to us is a big win and a lot of opportunity of what we can do for the students.
Sunita, you have 2 minutes left.
These are our milestones. While still in development, we've done more than $400,000 in revenue in the last 1.5 years. Online, we have not yet started, but we have started a trial. So online, we do as everybody else is doing, but with our portal, we've just started a trial. So this has been more in center. After school activities, we are tied up with GEMS education. We go to many of their schools and we offer after school activities. STEM events, very popular, Dubai Municipality, EMAR, and STEM boxes are just ready to go to market. What we are looking to fund is about $1 million is what we are looking. And again, these are towards product development, technology development, launching centers, science centers, and marketing. And that's about it. Thank you so much for your time. I put in my details because unfortunately I didn't get it in person. So thank you.
Can we have a round of applause for Sunita? Judges, Aparna, I see you writing a lot of notes. So if you, whoever would like to go first, go ahead, yes.
Yeah, hi. Great presentation. I think STEM education today obviously is extremely important. I have 2 questions. A, how do you differentiate yourself from everything else that's out there? Because we're bombarded with, you know, STEM education initiatives and programs and so forth. And the other question I have is, how do you help students choose the right you know, touch point or educational channel from what you offer? Do you have like advisors that can, you know, based on the student's ability or interest, guide them through which is the best way for them to, you know, follow in terms of, you know, taking advantage of what you offer?
I've seen a lot of STEM programs going around in the market. And what you have people doing experiments, you have people doing activities. But at the end of it, it should all add up. What we have worked towards is we have also brought in the concept part, the science concept part. So we don't do experiments only with touching. We don't do only a robotic class. We tie it in with the curriculum. Sometimes bring in the skills, the science concept as a skill, and teach them that. So it's a wholly, completely, it's a wholesome program that we can offer to the students. And parents find value in it because, of course, eventually parents look for their children to do well in school as well, apart from enriching themselves. And children find it interesting and an interesting way to learn science, and which keeps their interest going. And that is something that we have worked on for every age group. Yes, sometimes in a very senior age group, it is not possible, but we are still working towards it and developing programs that will help them further. Your second question was, how do we differentiate? How do we understand? Of course, there are assessments that we have built up to understand the various types of learners. Even in the content that we have created, we have been taking care to understand that, you know, every type of learner has a way to understand. So our entire program brings in and what works is an assessment that guides us. Sometimes for very young children it is difficult to do, but
yes, of course, we have experienced tutors to help us out too with that.
I'm going to move on to the next question.
Go ahead,
Aparna.
Following from the last question, I just want to understand as to when you it's easier to do this as an after-school activity, right? Because you can just go to the school, you can have these programs, and probably every school will take this up as an after-school activity. But the impact of that when you're doing it just once a week is not really going to make it impactful, even though it's part of the program. So how would you make this a little more substantial where there is really impact? And the only way I see impact happening is when you're in the school, when it's part of the physics program or the science program, because you might not be the one to determine what the kids are capable of doing. That's on the teacher within the school. So how are you crossing all these lines, these fine lines between the school, the program?
So how we are doing this is, it's not only an after-school program that we are offering only once a week. That's the reason behind it. So if a child requires assistance or has more interest, we will also tie in the online one. We have seen the trend. Till the COVID period, online was great. After that, I still run the other learning centers. I never thought that parents are going to come back so hard. I mean, everybody wanted to come back to the centers. But online is here to stay. We have to manage this both. And we need to be able to give them convenience of being able to do it a lot more regularly and come up with solutions to be able to make it possible.
Sunita, I'm going to cut you off.
And once a week.
Sunita, I'm going to let you get one more question in from Naeem.
Quick question, if I may. As parents, we've always been brainwashed or taught to believe in accreditation, whatever that is. So what do you bring to the equation as far as accreditation is concerned?
Sunita, you have 35 seconds.
Absolutely, I couldn't get the question. I'm sorry, sound is not very clear.
What sort of accreditation you bring to the equation?
The accreditations, we of course use world-class material, the best material that is possible. We started off with that. Then we worked with our own development team, but we are in the process of trying to get the accreditation. And of course, we work with educationals who have a lot of experience in this particular field. So where accreditations are concerned, we are still working on that.
That's all the time we left. Sorry, I need to cut you off. Can we have a huge round of applause
for Educademy? Thank you, Sunita. I hope you can hear everyone clapping from here. It's tougher to do that over Zoom. So really hats off to everyone accommodating the different circumstances and technical challenges. I can't believe we're in 2022, and even as recently as yesterday, I was on a Zoom call and we still went through the same routine. It's almost like we all have to say, can you hear me? You're on mute. I can't hear you, do the waving. So I wonder how that's going to change, because it's been 2 years. We should really, maybe Zoom needs to have a competitor or start doing something a bit different for us to stop this comedy routine on every virtual meeting and call that we have. Hey, I just gave away a startup idea. All right, guys, we're just going to wait for the judges to put in their feedback. And of course, please use the QR code to put in yours for Educademy as well. right, just another moment and we will move to our next pitch. Did everyone manage to get a cup of coffee? Is everyone feeling more energized? Has the caffeine kicked in? Because I want to hear it in your applause when we welcome our next pitch. Just waiting for the green light. All right, guys, I would like you to give us a caffeine-fueled applause for our next pitch. Please welcome Meet a Door, presented by Ambreen Khan. Stage is yours.
Meat is an important part of our diet. And this region has a very large percentage of meat-consuming population. In fact, an average individual consumes 18 times world's average, and 60% of his consumption happens outside of homes, in hotels, restaurants, and cafeterias. With such high consumption in the $7.1 billion market, this category remains totally underserved. We are Meet a Door. We are building region's most trusted and reliable meat trade community. Now, a very obvious question, why only meats? Meat is a highly complicated category. It is extremely sensitive to temperature, it requires specialized handling, and has a very short shelf life. Adding to the already existing challenges, 70% of the meats are imported into this region, complicating further the meat supply chain. I would like you all to meet Rami. Rami is a typical meat trader in the UAE who supplies meats to local butcheries, supermarkets, restaurants, and cafeterias. He buys his meats mainly from international markets like Kenya, Australia, New Zealand, India, and Pakistan. He also buys meats locally from local suppliers to meet his immediate requirements. Now, I would like you all to focus on the buying challenges that he faces. When it comes to international markets, he is looking to connect with safe, reliable, and genuine businesses to trade and to meet his strict import requirements. He faces a challenge in making payments. He's either making payments in advance or opening a letter of credit with his bank, which is obviously a very time-consuming task. The quality inspection, which is the main criteria for him to import, is a big hassle. When it comes to dealing with the local suppliers, he has to deal with multiple unorganized suppliers. He faces a challenge of checking prices, negotiating prices over WhatsApp, phone calls, emails, having payment and delivery issues. Now, with all the challenges that he has faced on the buying side, the selling of stock brings a whole new set of challenges. The biggest problem he faces is the cash flow. Now, he's dealing with his existing suppliers and he's got strong business relationships already in place. But he's forced to give credit to 30 days, 60 days, 6 months, even up to a year, putting him in a position which obstructs his cash flow position. He often faces overstocking and understocking situation, mainly because he does not understand the market well, the trends, the excessive competition, preferences, consumer. He's running from one buyer to another to manage his excess inventory, which comes with a very short expiry date. To overcome the challenges
of businesses, of thousands of businesses like Rami, we are building a safe and trusted meat trade community where businesses across the region can communicate and transact with international suppliers from all across the world. The community provides market trends. They have better control over prices and visibility over their products. We ensure when we onboard the sellers and the buyers, we do the verification before onboarding them, creating a trusted meat community. With third-party integrations, our trade finance partners give payments to sellers up front, while the buyers can make deferred payments to them. Our quality inspection and logistics services enable cross-border and local transactions. This community not just aims at promoting trade transactions, it also has a big vision to reduce food wastage, to promote ethically sourced meats, reduce carbon emissions, and contribute to a sustainable living environment. A quick look at what we offer for buyers. A single point of contact for international local sellers, giving instant RFQ codes, access to verified sellers, and special offers and promotions. For suppliers, they get to manage the excess inventory, connect with the verified buyers, maintain their cash flow and liquidity position, and open new business opportunities and get data and analytics to better understand the market. Here's a customer journey. Here's a secret sauce. The customer can create an account. After verifying his documents, he can search the suppliers and products. He can browse through the page, go through the bulk offers or the deals. He can create an inquiry, send it to the supplier, add any additional comments. He can create direct orders, adjusting his quantity, place a direct order. He can also select preferred shipping methods or choose the payment options that are available for him. He can also send a general inquiry onto the platform where suppliers can send multiple quotations to him. He can then compare the prices, negotiate the prices all on one platform. Now both parties can create, they can come to terms adjusting the prices and come to trade, creating an agreement between the two of them. This makes the community safe, reliable, and trusted. Global meat market is huge, $840 billion. We are currently addressing GCC, which is $7.1 billion. Now looking at the competitive landscape, we see there are offline players using traditional channels of distribution to serve the businesses, and there are online players who are having different types of models to serve the businesses. Further analyzing the online competition, Meatador is the only platform that specializes in the meat category, supporting multi-vendor, bulk orders, cross-border transactions using RFQ and asset-light business model. We mainly prefer organic channels to acquire customers, and they're mainly through referrals. At the time of onboarding sellers, the sellers bring their buyers and buyers bring their sellers. And we also do a lot of promotions, partnerships. In terms of using paid channels, in terms of growing aggressively in the market, we also have a plan for the paid plan. Our main revenue driver is the commission, which is based on the subscription model. We also have a robust advertising revenue coming from the existing suppliers as well as the advertising companies who would like to come and promote their new products and launches. Here's a quick look at the subscription plan. The commission decreases as the subscription plan increases. And we also have some value-added services based on the request, and we charge an additional cost. We have sold 350 tons of meat to almost 300 customers in the UAE, getting a GMV of $1.3 million. Here's a quick look at our top clients and top partners. My name is Imreen, and I'm the founder and CEO, and I could not have done this alone. With me is a strong team who's working tirelessly behind the scenes. And we bring 50 years of experience in partnerships, logistics, last mile, technology, brand strategy growth. We have raised $250,000 from the Angels in Dubai Angel Investment Network, and we are now raising seed round of $2.8 million with a runway of 24 months. We want to expand to 18 different countries, acquire more than 6,000 customers, and achieve a GMV of $350 million by end of 2024. We would be addressing 2.6% out of the total 250,000 businesses in percentage and 4.9% in value by end of 2024. We could not have made this far without the help of our mentors and advisors who have supported us throughout the journey. I started Meatador as a consumer who had a challenge of getting good quality meats. With a vision to provide good quality meats, Meatador was born, keeping the vision intact. We started serving businesses where most of the consumption of an individual happens in restaurants, hotels, and cafeterias. And we want to be the leading meat brand by 2025.
Thank you, Ambreen. I'm going to have to stop you there, but you can add on in the questions.
Thank you.
There's certainly better people qualified on this panel to ask questions, but I just have one as I guess curious out of the top of my mind. Your whole pitch is around quality. How do you actually control quality in this case? You are acting as a middleman type role. How do you actually, one bad shipment can destroy the whole infrastructure.
Yes, great question. So when we onboard the suppliers, we give them an option to create any sort of returns exchange regarding any, so basically they can create their own terms of trade, and they can do it at the shop level, and they can also do it at a product level. So that's how we ensure that there's enough transparency that is given to the customer before he makes the purchase.
Go ahead, Simon.
Thank you. I have two questions. One, who are your competitors? Who else is offering something like a platform like this?
So meat specialization, we don't see any platform in this region who specializes in the meat category. We do see there are players, like if you had seen in the slide, like Fresh to Home. Fresh to Home serves consumers. They are specialists in meat, but they don't serve businesses with the business model that we do, where we enable different suppliers to come on board and provide, multi-vendor, bulk order, cross-border, transactions.
Okay, and thank you. And could you also explain a little bit about the logistic component? How does that flow in this?
Okay, so we have tied up with the logistics partners who enable the transactions, the deliveries. Oh, sorry. So we've tied up with the logistics partners, so they enable the transactions locally as well as internationally. So once the international transaction happens, we coordinate the transaction with the logistics partner to be able to give that seamless customer experience.
Thank you.
You don't have your own warehouses?
No, we don't. We are a very asset-light model, so we are a technology company. We don't own any inventory or warehouse.
Everyone's jumping into
asset-light. You did highlight that on the presentation, asset-light. What does that mean exactly from a responsibility? I know what it means definition-wise, but from a responsibility, accountability to the end users, what does that mean for you guys?
So asset-light for us means that we don't invest in having a high capex for us, so which means having no inventory, no warehousing, but we do provide services which are critical to enable the transaction that can make the entire, because meat is a very critical category, and when it comes to having the transactions meeting the requirements of the trade, we ensure that every service that we provide, our customers are able to benefit through the platform itself.
Second question, if I have enough time. Municipality approvals, all of that, is that you or is it the supply chain itself? Because clearly if you're charging a fee to handle these chapters, okay, how do you add value to that?
So what we have identified where we can actually bring in the services from external parties. So we don't do everything by ourselves. So just like for quality inspection, we have tied up with SGS who do provide inspection services, who also open the channels for the international sellers to come and trade and meet the strict requirements, especially when you talk about Saudi. They have SFDA regulations and product listing and those sort of requirements. So we ensure that our partners are able to assist them when they open a new channel to trade in the region.
We have about 1 more minute if anyone has any additional questions. Going once, going twice. All right, can we have a round of applause for Amreen from Metador? I saw all the judges being really smart about their questions and trying to get in before Naeem, who is, of course, our hospitality industry expert. So well done on that. Please make sure to use the QR code and also share your feedback with Amreen as the judges plug in their marks. So I guess everyone's thinking about lunch after that presentation now. We still have a few more pitches to go. I do not envy the job of the judges. With each pitch, it makes you wonder how are they going to be able to decide this. So really huge round of applause to all the entrepreneurs, amazing entrepreneurs in the room pitching today. So I was reading a couple of weeks ago research by BCG, Boston Consulting Group, and they say that every dollar of funding given to startups founded or co-founded by women return an average of 78 cents. Any guesses on how much male-founded startups generate? Okay, so she's read the same study. Any other guesses, though, if anyone didn't hear her? Yeah, so women return 78 cents. Men, sorry to the guys in the room, but it's the research, that's what it says, generate 31 cents. And yet, where does the funding go? So something to think about, and of course, in future, for whenever you're pitching, make sure that your judges, your potential investors, and anyone who asks you a question knows these numbers. And of course, the study is publicly available. You can go online. It's by the Boston Consulting Group. Adding to that study, the BCG also found that not only do women give better return on investment, sorry again guys, but they do, that's what the research says. They also do it with less funding, which makes sense, right? They're getting such a small, just a tiny percentage of the funding pot, yet they are producing better results. So if they're doing more with less, surely they deserve the funding and more access to funding. So if you're not already talking about it or using it in your pitches or bringing it up in conversation with investors, please do email all of them a copy of this study if they haven't seen it already. And I'm sure they all have, but I guess it needs a lot of repeating for people to get the message and for there finally to be some change. All right, just another minute or so before we move on to the next pitch. All right, we're almost ready to go. Okay, please put your hands together to welcome our next pitch. We have Monty Play, presented by Aziza Osman. Floor is yours.
Is this working? Because I'm missing my daughter's first day of nursery. She's 3 today. And Rehab just reminded us that these first 3 years are so important. This is when the brain develops. Do you know statistically how much of the brain develops in these first 3 years? It's 80%. So 80% of the brain develops in the first years of life. That's a lot. So my clicker isn't working. 80% of the human brain is deformed in the first 3 years of life. That makes me extra guilty. And if we were to visualize that on a graph, it would look something like this. First 3 years of life, a lot of brain growth, and then it kind of settles. Whoops. And then if we were to put an indicator as to like where it settles, it's around this age. And looking at the educational system, children start learning from their teachers when they go to school, which formally starts at the age of 6. Even if they start nurseries at the age of 3, that still misses that entire growth of the 80%. So who's really responsible for developing their brain and teaching children? Who are children with during this age from 0 to 3? Parents, exactly. How many parents do we have here today? Oh, lots of you. Are any of you, by any chance, child brain development scientists? No? When you delivered your baby at the hospital, did they give you a manual to their brain development with all the tools that you're going to need? Neither did I. So I decided to make one. Monty Play offers parents science-backed tutorials and tools to support their brain development of their children in these formative years. This is to fill the need of the rising demand of early childhood education. Because schools start at 6+, the economic growth and creativity is dependent on those skills that are built during those formative years, and the children in MENA are falling behind. Our solution is simplifying the latest research in brain development and giving parents, very simple video tutorials with brain development tools, giving them the first accredited 0 to 3 curriculum, really easy for them to use at home. So basically what parents do is they go into our website, they put their child's date of birth, they receive a box of brain development tools every 2 months as their child grows, and access to 30-second videos that are very simple. This gives us a great opportunity in a huge market, given that we combine the e-learning market and the global market for educational toys. We have a really high number of children under the age of 5 in this region. So if we only capture 10% of the market in the GCC, we could potentially make about 20 million every year. This was so attractive, so I thought, yeah, let's go for it and try it out. And we made about 200,000 in revenue with 1,000 orders, and we have a good ratio of our lifetime value to customer acquisition. And this is with organic marketing. We haven't gone into digital marketing, so we can only assume what happens when we do. In a competitive landscape, we offer more features and benefits at a competitive price. We know that this concept is going to work because people have tried it in different regions of the world, like Lovevery, which is a US company that reached a valuation of 800 million last year. We're operating in the region with a much more powerful purchasing power. So this is probably the only place in the world where someone would walk into the Apple store and buy 10 iPads at the same time for their children. The business model is subscription-based. It's $130 quarterly that gives parents access to the mobile app of tutorials and the box of toys. We're looking to monetize the mobile app by itself and let it scale globally because it's highly scalable. We've created barriers to entry by getting accredited and certified by AMI, getting it reviewed by Harvard professors, working with the Ministry of Education, having an equity partner which is developing the tech, they're award-winning technologists, and scaling by building a robust supply chain with our partner Aramex. We will consider FedEx. They handle everything from our manufacturer right to our customer's door, but I'm looking to move on. Our customers are our biggest ambassadors. We formed a really tight-knit, strong community with them. We've created partnerships with MediClinic and King's Hospital, so parents today do get that manual when they deliver at the hospitals. It looks something a little bit like this. A small booklet about child brain development with a QR code to join the community and get access with a little gift for their babies. We capture customers at the beginning of the life cycle, going to OBGYNs and Pregnancy Arabia, and we won first place at STEP this year. Our team, composed of myself, I'm a human development specialist and consultant to governments to build the future human capital in the region. Saed is a CTO and technologist. Manu is our growth marketer. John handles the product, the toys. And Alexandra Chen is our Harvard professor who revises our content for correctness. Our investors and advisors are the ex-InstaShop founders, the partner at Deloitte, my husband who just raised $12 million on a pitch deck, talking about the differences between men and women and getting fundraising, and strategic partnerships at Google. But more important than our investors and advisors is our customers, the parents, who love our product and send us these adorable pictures of their children playing with our toys. We believe we are a great investment opportunity, given that we operate in a market, the emerging markets, which is the fastest growing. We also know that our customers, parents, are the highest converting market segment. When you tell a pregnant mom or a new mom this is good for your child, you're likely to get them to convert. Private education is a timeless product, as you know, and it grows every second. And most importantly, by supporting early childhood education, you'll be giving a child a chance to live up to their potential. Thank you.
Right, go ahead. Aparna, I know you want to go first.
You're really putting me on the spot here. So I just have a question, only because now I find that even amongst parents, there's a huge sustainability push. They want to recycle stuff, they want to recycle their uniforms, they want to recycle everything. And the fact that what's stopping parents from using your products and then just recycling it to their friends, their neighbors, and using the same products over and over again? Because that's currently what's happening right now, and I'm seeing it in the school business.
That would actually be great. We would encourage that they reuse the product. On average, parents stay with us for about 5 cycles. So let's say if they start at newborns and then they'll stay until they're 1 year. We do have a donation program, so they can redonate the toys to us, and we send them to refugees in Lebanon and children in need even here in the country. So we highly encourage the recycling of our products within their communities and with us. Because beyond the toys, it's access to the e-learning platform, which is the tutorials on how to use the toys, and it's also the community of experts. So when you become a subscriber, you have unlimited access to experts like Alexandra Chen, like Charlotte Edgar, like many brain development scientists that answer questions to parents. So there's an added value to becoming a subscriber other than the toys. Go ahead.
Anything outside of hospitality, my mind shifts and says, how do we make money? So other than the monthly sign-ups, other than selling the services, how else do you see the commercials kicking in? That's one part of the question. The second part is CSR contribution. I think this is where the entire world is going. How do you contribute to a certain community and give back to the society, so to speak? And the last part of the question is, how is this proven? Who's behind that endorsement factor? Where's your cement stamp saying it works, official? Over to you.
So first part of the question, how are we going to scale? So one is partnerships. The hospitals was one. Second would be like corporate with HR. If somebody goes on maternity leave, they get this package. Third, we could go beyond the corporate partners of hospitals, let's say in hotels. We could be present there. Global scalability. Again, very sorry, Aramex does ship for us globally. and scaling the technological components so that we don't be holding back with the physical product, which is cost heavy. We can scale the e-learning part. Second part of the question, remind me again. I remember the third
CSR.
CSR. So we give back by first equipping parents with the knowledge that they need and bringing awareness to the topic of how important the first 3 years of life is. And second of all, a lot of our specialists and experts do want to work in the less advantaged communities. So besides sending these toys to the less privileged, we also hold workshops with educators in those communities so that we can educate the parents that cannot afford our product.
The reason behind my question is that the first question you actually posed earlier on was the first 3 years. And in this part of the world, it's not necessarily the mother, it's the help, the house help, which is very dangerous. And this is where such a platform becomes very valuable, because there's a mechanism to nurture that growth.
We've tackled that by offering our e-learning platform, our tutorials in Arabic, English, Tagalog, and other languages, so that the parents can work together with the nannies at home to help raise the child. So we're available in these languages, and we do nanny workshops as well. And then I believe your last question, endorsement of, sorry. Oh, how do we know it works? Okay, so Montiplay is a combination of the latest research coming out of Harvard on brain development science and the Montessori method, which is the accredited 0 to 6 curriculum. The Montessori method is the method that Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, Larry Page, Sergey Brin credit their success to. They say if you start that method really early on in life, then children learn how to learn. They'll become ready for school. I had a very interesting chat with the Minister of Education that called me off stage during the Knowledge Summit, telling me that he has a problem as the Minister of Education getting children ready for school by the age of 6, because by the age of 6, when they arrive at school, they're already delayed. And that's why today we see His Highness announced a new Ministry of Early Childhood Education, because they know 0 to 6 is really important and it affects the building of the human capital in the future.
That's a great story, Aziza, that your husband, is he here with you today? Oh, right, you said, yeah, that's great. He raised money off of a pitch deck. That shows how the funding ecosystem operates and, I dare I say, discriminates. I think we can say those words in this room. It's allowed. We are at a women's pitch competition. But I have research to support what Aziza just said. There was actually a study by Visa on women entrepreneurs, and they found that in the UAE, 4 in 10, so 38% or so of male business owners in the UAE believe that men have better instincts for business than women. I hope none of those men who answered that poll are in this room today. I think that's unlikely, but it's a fact. That's what the research says. They also said, so 34% of men who were surveyed said that businesses founded by women They're silencing me when I say this. Yeah. Oh, the mic just stops working when I say that. Wow. But yes, again, just some facts that I thought were worth sharing, something to use if you're ever talking to potential investors and you feel like you need to make the point a bit stronger and drive. Yeah, I need security to when I walk back to my car. Can TiE arrange this, please? All right, guys, as we chat, please don't forget to put in your feedback to Aziza, as well as the judges put in their marking as well. interesting that she talked about how this market is one of those where you walk in and just buy 10 iPads. Anyone watch the Apple launch last night? Interesting timing. Does anyone want the new iPad, the new iPhone? No? Oh, no, I want one too, but yeah. Well, I always want one. I'm an Apple fangirl. But I don't know, I just didn't think it was worth the upgrade from the 13. Anyone here want the iPhone 14? Anyone impressed? Show of hands. Okay, not so many Apple fans here. Interesting. Well, Ashish was telling me this morning that if you've got an 11 or 12, of course you're going to want to switch, but a 13, maybe not so much, and I agree with that. Okay, there we go. We have one customer here. I'm told they're going to all arrive on time despite supply chain challenges, so we should get them pretty quick here. All right, we're good to go. Our next pitch, please put together your hands for NutriCal, presented by Sonia Ashar.
Hi everyone. Today I'm going to start my pitch by narrating a short story for you guys. So there was once a girl who was working a stable corporate. She kept getting bitten by this bug, the entrepreneurship bug. And it made sense because she studied entrepreneurship as her MBA and also came from a family of businessmen. So she knew that she was broadly interested in food, in nutrition, and in technology. So she did the next best thing. She quit her job to move to Dubai, a great place to start a business in one of these areas. And she started researching to come across an article that spoke about mandating calorie counts for all restaurants. So she's like, this exists in the West, why not here? What's going on? Let's understand the market opportunity for this. So when she did that, she found that there's nothing that's accessible or affordable for people. So she did some math, and she thought to herself, as an Indian, I have to do math. So she thought to herself that 12,000 restaurants and $1,000 each, that's 12 million. That's a lot of money. And she was going to be a rich girl. And that girl is, of course, me, and that is how I started NutriCal. The consumer today has become extremely smart. They've become well-informed, health-conscious, and tech-savvy as well. They've basically, after the advent of aggregators and COVID as well, they want to know what goes into their food and what goes into their bodies, making food transparency a fast-growing trend. Sorry, my voice is shaking. In the GCC, where we reside, there are 1 in 3 people who are obese. So the onus to provide food transparency not only falls upon the government, but also food establishments and food businesses. Now, since consumers want this information, they want to make better choices. And authorities, as we discussed, the UAE government, even the Bahrain and Saudi governments, they want to provide this information to the population. But in making this happen, there are a few roadblocks in place. So for food businesses, there is no centralized local database that has or covers the ingredients most commonly used over here. There's no affordable or accessible solution for the small and medium food businesses that operate in the region. There's lack of ground support to support the people working in this industry. And finally, that results in no user-friendly solutions. This is where we come in. The first part of our solution is that we are creating GCC's first and largest food ingredient and intelligence database. This is localized, covering the brands that are made in this region, and also covers the recipes that are most commonly eaten over here. For these ingredients, we cover the calorie and the nutrition information, also show the allergies and meal type information for them. We're doing this through a SaaS-based solution that generates these kind of labels. So with this SaaS-based solution that is user-friendly, accessible, and affordable, you can do seamless calorie counting. You can get nutrition labeling in English and Arabic. I have a customer right there. And you can also use it as a tool for recipe management, menu management, and product management, which is your trade secret as a food business. How it works is we are powered by our own database, also the USDA database. So you go in, input the ingredients to get the nutrition profiling of your recipe. Despite being a COVID startup, and even after COVID, we've had organic and good traction. We have $170,000 in revenue, 155 unique paying and active subscribers, customers all across the GCC, and healthy retention rate of 60% and healthy gross margins as well. You can see here that we work with a mixed bag of customers or segments within the food industry, which use different parts of our solution. So what started as a naive, small idea of being a calorie calculation service or software for just Dubai restaurants, today is becoming an end-to-end SaaS solution. We're integrating with food aggregators on the front end so that you and I can get information about calories and macros when we're ordering our favorite dishes. We're also integrating in the back end with POS systems such as FoodX, allowing our solution to fit seamlessly into a food business's operations. Parallelly, we're working with the government as well to enable them and to work with them. In the long run, though, this is a grand vision, which is going to benefit the consumer. It's going to benefit all of us here in the room because we're trying to democratize nutritional information. And you can see a snip of that here. This is going to be GCC's first food tracking app where users can put in their information, track the food that they eat, and also get recommendations. So again, what started as a solution, today we're taking a top-down approach and then a holistic approach hitting businesses, the government, and the consumer also. With this, we're tapping into a large market that is growing. It's $1.3 billion just in the GCC, a lot of which comes from Saudi and the UAE as well. We've made real impact. Just in 2.5 years, we've helped your favorite brands such as LPM, Tasha's go into the Saudi market and comply to regulations over there. At the same time, we really pride ourselves in helping many small and medium businesses launch and scale. You'll hear from one of our customers in the next slide. Apologies, production quality, just startup budgets. But that was Nivedita, the founder of Chili Dates, and this is Chef Sen and Chef Hike of Baker's Kitchen, not far away from here, so do go check them out. In the next 12 months, we have aggressive plans. We do about $8,000 to $9,000 in MRR right now. We want that to be $40,000. We're going to be investing in marketing, increasing our team size, completing our integrations, and also adding features based on customer requests and also completing our tie-ups with the governments. With the money that we're going to win through this TiE competition, I hope we're going to invest in a stellar team and also in improving our tech, because that is our cornerstone and our pillar. And that's me, the founder of the company, Sonia Ashar. And this is my team, small yet mighty, everyone coming from different backgrounds and expertise. I have three of my advisors actually here as well, supporting me. So yeah, join us guys on our mission to innovate, to create impact in food transparency in the region first, and then globally.
Legislation. How deeply are you involved in that? And because that will be a game changer for this, clearly.
Yes, I do agree. And I think the governments sort of know what they want to do with these regulations. They know why they want to do it as well. We're the how, essentially. Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
Great presentation. I have a couple of questions, quick questions. One is, what's your secret sauce? Like, what's to prevent somebody else from also providing the same type of information that you do? Is it your sources of research? Is it your AI, engine? What's your secret sauce? And then my other question was, there are many in the region, many online recipe sites. So do you see online recipes as one of your key kind of offerings, or is it kind of more of a, auxiliary type of offering, and then your core is, what you mentioned is the foods and the calorie types and so forth that you're providing to third parties? yeah, exactly. How many?
Okay, so honestly, our secret sauce, when we started, was our first mover advantage. But that has to sort of evolve and change as we grow, because there are people watching us as well, right? So that has been our secret sauce. We did not know that this lack of a centralized local database, we did not know that we would stumble upon this as a startup. And then as we start working with more customers, we get maybe 100 requests a day to add ingredients from this region. So that means it doesn't exist. At the same time, the governments in Bahrain, in Saudi, the Saudi FDA as well, they're like, we want locally manufactured products in a structured manner. So that is something that is coming out in a, as a secret sauce as well. And just that, I think nobody has had the reach. I think as a startup, we focused a lot on acquiring customers aggressively. So no one's focused on that. So I think that's another one, just reach. On the recipe, I don't know a structured online recipe player. I do know some in the West internationally, but in the region, I don't think, I think when you think of, recipe management dashboard, people now think of NutriCal. Yeah.
So you did mention B2B, B2C, B2G. Where is your focus at the minute?
B2B, B2G.
Clearly there is a massive audience out there. Food intake, health regulations, health food intake, I think is becoming a topic that everyone's very much trying to understand, comprehend, digest and so forth. So why is not B2C a prime? No one's in the marketplace. There's a massive vacuum.
So I'll give you a very honest answer and not a corny one. We want to make money to start with, which is why we go to businesses, because we can charge businesses versus coming out with a free product for the consumers. So that is our focus. Again, on the macro level, that's the reason we want to work with the government. It also adds credibility for working with businesses. But like I said, in the long run, there's a whole world to change when it comes to food transparency for the consumer. So that is what it's going to be. But as an early stage startup, revenue, profitability, and then we will fundraise, and then we will get into B2C.
We have 1 minute left, Aparna.
So with B2C, which is directly to the consumer,
Yeah.
when I think about myself, I don't like cooking. So when I was looking at your process, and in the process you were talking about putting in the ingredients, measuring the ingredients, I started seeing I was like, oh my God, this is going to be so difficult. Like this was what was going through my head.
Right.
But I was looking at it specifically as a consumer.
Right.
So I'm sure there are many people like myself who want it just easy.
Yes.
So what is your process on making it also easier?
So for you, Aparna,
Specifically,
just for you, we actually did a pilot, and I would be happy to share this last year, wherein you could go in as a user and be like, these are my health goals, preferences, and then you would be matched with restaurants and their dishes that fit into your macro count and your health goals. Not a meal plan, but just on demand, essentially. So that we will create for you. Yeah. So that is, again, we realized through that pilot a couple of things, like you need money as well.
Thank you, Sonia. I'm afraid that's all the time we have.
Thank you.
Please make sure to include your feedback for Sonia using the QR code as the judges put in their marking as well. So we've had startups talk about food, and now, was this intentional? I want to ask TiE, did you put in the calories for after the food pitches and just before lunch? Was it a deliberate decision? You have people counting calories after the food pitches. So just as we might be thinking about lunch, here's a reminder, I guess, to count the calories and choose what we want to eat more wisely. I think Sonia mentioned that she was a business founded during COVID. Is that correct? Okay. Yeah. So interestingly, there has been a massive increase in the number of women in the UAE setting up businesses during the pandemic. That's according to numbers from LinkedIn. But another study, yes, I'm all about the research, found that 86% of female entrepreneurs in the UAE used their personal savings to start their businesses. And while, of course, that is upsetting given the discrimination in funding, I also think that's pretty incredible, isn't it? I mean, how driven must they be to say, never mind, if you won't give me the money, I'll use my own, and I am still going to start my business, and I am going to make it work. So I don't know how many startups in the room have put in their own money, but huge kudos. Okay, well, we have one there. Wow, so it's reflective of the numbers in this room. So huge round of applause to all of you, because that takes guts to put in your own money like that. And in a pandemic as well, I think that's just a whole different level of courage. So please give a round of applause to all the women who are so brave and want to put their own money where their mouth is, even if the investors won't give it to them. Right, just another minute, and we have one more pitch. Well, I think the first and the last pitch is always a bit... Go ahead. Don't even get me started. That's a whole event in itself. Yeah, all right. 100%. To be discussed, guys. But until then, please put your hands together for Rajani Nalla, who will be presenting TrueCity Innovation Learning.
Innovation. Hi, a very good afternoon. My name is Rajani Nalla. I'm the founder and CEO for TrueCity. I'd like to quickly start. As they say, necessity is the mother of invention. Back in 2019, prior to COVID, I had my 2 super active boys who used to come to me. They want to learn everything. They want to learn coding. They loved mental math, loved space, loved playing drums. Being a techie by background and with 17 years of experience in learning and development, running to 10 different locations, considering the time, cost, and effort, didn't seem quite appealing. So with the help of family and friends, TrueCity was born. It was also created in order to address 2 specific problems that have always been in existence. 1, skills mismatch and rote learning. 2 questions I have for the current generation. What are they learning and how are they learning it? Are they really prepared with the necessary skills and knowledge so that they're prepared for the future? And are they really understanding what they're learning? And problem 2 is a one-size-fits-all approach. With the standardized educational approach that hits an IQ level at the mid-scale, the bright and brilliant in the classroom, they feel left out, they don't feel challenged, they find it boring. And the ones who are right at the bottom of the scale, they really struggle to cope up. So what do we offer? And the slide gets stuck. Try again. Futuristic courses, right? We upskill the current generation with futuristic courses in such a way that they have the necessary skills and knowledge and they're ready for the future. We do so through project-based learning because we strongly believe that children learn by doing. As you can see, all the way from hydroponics to colonization of Mars, these are some of the projects that our children have built. Solution 2, personalized quality education, which is personalized and curated as per the learning needs, style, and pace of the child. Right. Quickly about us, we offer 50+ personalized courses which are delivered one-to-one or in group sessions of 1:6. These are broadly classified into 5 verticals: academics, learning support, STEAM, skill development, languages, and life skills. Now, it ranges all the way from offering coding, robotics, and AI to teaching leadership, entrepreneurship, financial literacy for kids. The cumulative goal of all these programs is to ensure that the children build the necessary skills along with academic excellence, such as critical thinking, problem solving, risk-taking, perseverance, and grit that they really need to possess in order to see things through in life. Right. That's our website. We're available on as a platform, truecity.com. Our technology is named as Pilot, which is personalized, immersive, learning optimized tech, which has been built in-house. Our value creation is through 3 key differentiators: our technology, quality teachers, and our approach. Right. And on our platform, we have 450+ hand-picked tutors from around the world. It's not a marketplace. These teachers are meticulously chosen through a stringent process, and they're onboard on the platform in order to deliver quality education. Our approach, coming back, is based on Bloom's and Howard's theory, where it is not just necessary for a child to retain information. It's also equally important that they understand, apply, analyze, evaluate, and create something on their own. Our technology pilot is driven by 3 main dashboards for the student, parent, and the teacher. The combination of it is in order to deliver live interactive sessions. It's all gamified because children love playing games, and that's the method of teaching. You have dynamic data-driven dashboards, digital learning resources, knowledge checks that are performed, and progress analysis and feedback that is shared in a timely fashion with parents regularly so that we exactly know where the child stands. To ensure more accessibility, quality education at your fingertips, we're also on a mobile app, which is already on Google Play and App Store, which is available both in English and Arabic. Coming to our KPIs. We've been in the market for a year, a little over a year, and currently we have 18,200 students registered with us. We've successfully delivered 17,500 plus one-to-one and group sessions. Our gross margin stands at 65%, and we have a beautiful retention rate of 70%. At TrueCity, what we believe is, in order to develop a genuine love for learning in children, thereby building them as lifelong learners. So all the way from 6 years to 18 years, you have courses that are age appropriate, specific to the learning needs that change over time. The competitive landscape, TrueCity has the first mover advantage in the UAE market because we were the first to be approved by KHDA, by the Dubai government, that offers live one-to-one sessions on over 50 plus programs, considering real-life application and learning needs analysis. Now coming to the market potential and the market outlook. We are mainly into 3 regions, UAE, India, and MENA. Now within UAE, we've already established a very strong footprint, both through B2B and B2C. In India, we launched this month. We are categorically catering to the UK and IB curriculum schools. And in MENA, we're specifically targeting 3 countries, Saudi, Qatar, and Egypt. We already did our dry run and soft marketing, and we've received excellent response for STEAM and life skills verticals. So the combined total SOM for TrueCity is $766 million, and our current average revenue per student is $1,400 per year. $10 trillion is the market worth of the education industry by 2030, and $26 billion is the market value of the edtech industry in MENA by 2027. Now, considering these facts and figures, we are quite confident we are in the right sector, which is highly investable and growing at a very fast rate. What's our monetization model? Now that depends on whether the child is enrolled for one-to-one sessions, or whether it's a group session, or are we offering a B2B pricing? And what's our revenue generation techniques? You have your direct sales, cross sales, and retention sales. Direct sales is obviously the new customer acquisition, which we cater to through different strategies, right, using the traditional marketing methods or your digital channels. And our cross sales and retention sales, which is catering to other courses for the existing customer or for a subscription. That is based on 2 paramount factors: continuous parental engagement and service excellence. Our average lifetime value per student is $46,000. This is our timeline. Now, this represents what we have achieved in the past and what we are set to achieve in the future. In 2021, we tested waters with limited resources, and we generated a revenue of $203,000 organically. We grew at the rate of 48%. Now, in 2022, looking at the future potential of the company, we invested into human resources and the technological capabilities of the platform to ensure scalability. We are a bootstrap startup, and we're looking to turn cash positive by the end of the year. 2023, we're looking at funding in order to accelerate and fast track our growth. Now, when the funds are raised, we are categorically investing into 3 sectors: marketing, human resources, and technology. So we're looking at raising an investment to scale our operations and for expanding into new markets. This is our team. We are 20 plus group members, and we have over 75 plus years of cumulative experience in business development, marketing, academics, and entrepreneurship. Accreditations, we were the first holistic space to be approved by KHDA, and we also are listed in ADEC in Abu Dhabi. We are also officially accredited by STEM.org in the USA, which talks about the quality that we deliver on the platform. Our partners, we are hosted on AWS. They're also our payment services, and these are the BNPL partners that we have tied up with. We work with corporate, schools, and governments on a referral partnership basis. We've got recently incubated into TiE Hub, which is the world's largest tech incubator, which happens to be in Hyderabad, where we would pitch if we win this competition. We're a socially responsible startup, right? We offer courses through United Nations and through various CSR activities. That's why we pride ourselves as a conscious tech. What we want to become is a zebra unicorn, which is raise profit for a cause. Just to take a quick peek into our platform. That's our website. You can browse through the different verticals we have. 2 minutes.
Out of time, but you can continue.
Sure.
Right, judges, go ahead, Saima.
Thank you. Thank you. That was excellent, and congratulations on your success.
Thank you.
I just wanted some clarification on a number. You said 46,000.
15-year term school life, we expect the students to at least stay with us for 50% of that time. That's 7 years, right? And if a student subscribes for at least 2 courses of 96 sessions at the rate of $34, that's the sum that you would arrive at. Because usually what we see historically, okay, I want some learning support in math, but I also want to learn coding. Or probably someone would say, most often would be, I need to learn Arabic because obviously there's no support in Arabic at home, whilst I learn artificial intelligence. So 96 sessions of 2 courses at the rate of $34 per session across 7 years is the lifetime value that we look at.
And another quick question, how do you manage the quality control of the mentors or the teachers or tutors to the children for gauging results?
Question. Thank you for asking that, because that's one thing that we always want to put out there. Every student has a dedicated academic mentor and a counselor assigned. There is a department that evaluates the quality of these sessions post these sessions are run. And teachers go through periodic trainings in order to ensure they have standardization in their delivery, both with respect to the content and also the quality of the delivery. So like I said, it's not a marketplace where anyone can come in and register and start teaching. It doesn't work that way. So we choose our teachers based on a stringent process of demo, whether they are technologically savvy in order to understand the platform, because interactivity is what it's all about. So we want to ensure that the teachers are up to date on that.
I just have a quick follow-up to Saima's question on the 46,000, but going back one step. What I looked at, you had 18,000 students and 25,000 a month, so my rough math is about $1.20 a month. There seems to be a big jump in what you are getting today and where you think you're going to get. What is going to make that value proposition so big?
Sure. So this year, we've not done any high-end digital marketing, or we've not invested into that. Like I said, we're a bootstrap startup. So we grew organically at the rate of 48% every quarter. Now with the kind of pipeline that we have built and the future estimates that we look at, we're looking at hitting a $60,000 mark every month on month. Starting 2023 with expansion in India, we're looking at hitting $100,000 a month. So that's the kind of outlook we have.
Congratulations on the presentation. What's your exit strategy?
Within the ultimate exit strategy, NAM, that we're looking at is in 10 years, would be either a SPAC listing or an IPO. Any further questions?
We have time for a few more questions.
Yeah. Great presentation as well.
Thank you.
My question is, you mentioned the pilot platform that you've developed in-house.
Yes.
So that's kind of your proprietary, that's your own,
We don't
etc.
use Zoom, yeah.
How about the courses? Do you own the IP to any of the courses or not?
The course content for life skills and STEAM have been developed in-house, so it's owned by TrueCity.
Okay.
Yeah, just like the platform in itself.
Okay, okay, great. And today, where do you see the sweet spot in terms of your customers? Because you mentioned you cater to K through 12 or 13. So where's your sweet spot today?
Right from grade 4 all the way to grade 9, because that's where children want to discover, they want to explore, and as they grow to the higher grades, we also do a lot of career counseling and profile building for students. So as they move up the grades, in order to ensure they get into the right universities, and at the crux of it all, we prioritize the child. What is the child interested in? What are the innate qualities? Because a purpose statement is in itself to recognize every child's ability so that they grow with confidence in their unique abilities. So we make sure that from grade 4 to grade 9 we focus more, because that's where the requests come in from.
And that's done through the counselors that you appoint to the
Yes.
each
Yes, yes. We
student?
have highly
Okay.
qualified counselors, we have highly qualified mentors. In fact, our academic director has over 15 plus years of experience. He's worked with the Ministry of Education in UAE, comes from the UK, has a very broad understanding of different curriculums. So yes, we're pretty strong from the academic side. I've been a learning and development professional for 17 years, so yeah.
That's all the time we have left. Sorry if you can't ask your
We'll have
question.
to catch up after this.
We can catch up later. Big round of applause for Rajni.
Thank you.
And that wraps up our pitches for today. For all the 10 women who pitched today, just to let everyone know, they're the 10 that came out of 200 applications. So please, please give them a huge round of applause for their amazing pitches and for making it here. I'd also like to say to them that, yes, of course, this is a competition and everyone wants to win, but I'm sure just from what you can tell of the judging panel, as well as the people in this room, this is more than just a competition. You have potential mentors, potential investors, and even some potential clients in the room, and lots of new friends. So please make the most of that. Whoever wins, that's great, but you might walk away with all kinds of other meaningful connections as well. And finally, I would just like to say thank you so much to our judges for their very insightful, very meaningful questions, all the special expertise they brought to the table, and of course for doing this very difficult job. I don't know how you're going to make this decision, but we thank you. We thank you for taking this on, and I hope you enjoyed it as well. Huge round of applause as we thank our judges. The judges will now proceed to make the final decision, but don't go anywhere yet. I'd like to invite Veena, TiE Women MENA co-chair Veena, who will tell us a little bit more about the journey and the history of the program and a lot of other fun facts. So here you go.
Yeah, I think all of us are eagerly going to wait for our jury members to come back with their decision, because it's going to be a big... entrepreneur in the room go a long way, and we all know that. When I took over this position earlier this year, I wear size 6.5 or 7. I had like a 20-foot size to fill, because the women I was taking it over from is not just a kick-ass education, tech-led entrepreneur herself. She kicks ass generally, and with absolute style and aplomb. She is a force to reckon with, and we are so lucky to have her here in TiE Dubai as one of our charter members, because she's now the global TiE Women co-chair. And it's such a privilege to call her as one of our own. It's not all chapters who can do this. We tap into her for everything and anything. When I speak to her about all that she does for TiE Women Global, I know for a fact that she has no time for her own entrepreneurial journey and the job that she does. And she keeps telling me her co-founder, who happens to be a man, her husband, keeps threatening to fire her because she has no time to give to her other job, because she is full-time involved in TiE. I see her all the time talking to entrepreneurs, mentoring them, encouraging them. Even today, all that she kept saying is, own your numbers. Talk about those numbers because you mean it and you're going to get it. Say the millions with pride. And I say with pride that she is my friend.
Thank you so much.
I present to you Shamima.
Thank you.
Look at the shoes I need to fill. Thank you, Shamima.
Thank you very much, Veena. I mean, half of that, what she said, wasn't true. I can tell you that.
but I think I'm in a room full of badass women here as well. So, I mean, this room was thrilling to be in because it was not only inspirational, but I can sense the ambition, right? $100 million is what they want to reach, and more. Yes, of course. It's been a real pleasure to be involved in the TiE Women program for the past 2 years in TiE Dubai, and I can just see what an immense growth it has had from 100 applications to 200 applications this year. So that's towards this woman over here and all of the wonderful folks in TiE Dubai, of course, who support us. And what more can I say, actually, after hearing all of these lovely presentations by all of these inspirational women who covered everything that we need in life today, right? Food, both input and the output as well, which was covered, and clothes, and learning, and play, and inclusive recruitment. So I'm just appalled and amazed at actually the kind of potential that's available here. So we at TiE Women are actually here to serve these ambitions and fuel them further. And one of the things that we do for that is the global pitch competition. And I can see there's going to be a winner here today. And good luck to all of you. I mean, all of you are winners. I think that judges there are going to have a real hard time in choosing the one. But there are all of your winners, actually. So the global pitch competition winners will go on to Hyderabad and compete with 39 finalists from around the globe as well, and get a chance to win total of $100,000 of equity-free prize money. But that's not the only thing, because we all know what we women need, and I think Megha here has been outlining the investment requirements. And that's something that we are also making it available. So one of the things that will be possible, apart from winning the prize money, is Investor Connect. We've already had investors committing $100,000 and more coming during the next coming months to invest in these winners who will be there. And that's the opportunity also that we want to bring to the table. And again, it's not only just about winning the prize money and the Investor Connect, but the community that we are building in TiE Women globally. That's really what we are all about, because we want to be able to connect you with each other, connect you with mentors, connect you with clients and customers, and that's what we intend to do. Now, it's not just about the winners. Again, like I said, there are also going to be 2 runners-ups today as well. So globally, there are going to be about 77 runners-ups who are participating in this 2022 cohorts, and they'll get to experience an 8-week online accelerator workshops covering a number of finance, business, and technology-related topics. And these are being provided by experts who, some of them are here in this room, but around the world as well, bringing their years of entrepreneurial and investment expertise to share with these women online. So I invite those who are not a part of the TiE Women pitch competition to apply next year. And those who probably didn't win could also again apply next year. But don't just only focus on the pitch competition, because through the year we also run a series of other programs where you can come and experience them and learn from each other. So I think we have another very interesting lady out here who we want to hear from. So I will leave this over here, and thank you very much for participating and giving us an opportunity to serve you and be a part of your entrepreneurial journey, and we wish you all the very best.
Thank you so much. You've heard from Megha, you've heard from Shamima. Investments are the bedrock of all that we do many times, right? Because you get into this valuation game, you want to have the funding to build the top team, top scale tech, and all those things, because as startups, all of us start off as being bootstrapped. During COVID, I'm sure every one of us in this region heard, used, and continue to use this one particular business who we have the privilege of today hearing the journey about, and that was Hello Chef. Hello Chef persevered and turned all of us into cooks, home cooks. I for one, don't even know where my kitchen is. I'm that bad. And Hello Chef stayed in my mind. It was something that I ordered, used through my nannies, not through me, but through my nannies. And this was one brand that continued to get into that phase of constantly inspiring me to find out more about how they do it, how do they do the logistics, how do they plan their recipes. And I was always interested in knowing. And they say that when your mind is putting out these signals into the universe, you will hear back. And I did hear back. I was at a random event, and I hear Olivia speaking there. And she goes through her journey about how, even today, they've kept it completely 100% private and grown this whole business without any outside investment. And that got my attention to another level. Olivia, I know you have a great story. Can't wait to hear about it and share it with our cohort of women entrepreneurs and all the others here. Welcome to TiE Women, and look forward to hearing about it.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me here, and thank you because I'm always just at work and just coming out of the office and being inspired by these stories, so I thank you for that. I wanted to congratulate everybody who's pitched today. It reminded me when I did my first pitch as well, and just finding that tribe of women and people that believe in you, and how important it is to talk about your business, whether it's and it's a skill you'll need. You need to talk about your business either to investors, to suppliers, to customers, and all of that you need just to practice, to speak to your family and friends who will say, "What are you doing? Crazy woman, crazy person, you've got a great job. What are you risking and spending so much time and putting your family second, and stupidest thing in the whole world." So all this practice here with these people that are professional, that understand, but also that don't really necessarily touch your core is great practice, so that you can go and then tell your family and friends what's happening with your life. So I did take some notes because I have not really practiced talking to investors very much, and I think that was the story that I was supposed to kind of particularly have as an angle today. So just to make sure I stay with that story, because as you know, when you talk about your business, you can talk for days and days, and everybody will fall asleep. But I think where I will start is a little bit about why I started the business, just because it kind of gives the precedence of the rest of the story. Often, and today my role actually in the business is head of the food product and innovation, so I've changed my role many times. We've been up and running for 7 years. It's 7 years more or less to date that we were launched, if you can say that. You know, the first few boxes from my kitchen in my Mazda 3 to our first 3 customers' houses went out in August. And so yeah, it's been 7 years. And the why I started the business is a little bit different, but it probably is very similar to at least to the last speaker, because one way to start is to solve your own problem. That's one way. You have a problem, and you figured out that there's a way to go about it. You can do it better. Nobody else is doing it, or you can do it better than whatever is out there, and that's one angle. Another angle, if you have a great idea, and you just, you know, through trends or research, or you see something, you think, "Oh, nobody's ever thought about that. This is a great idea." Or it is to solve a friend's problem or a loved one's problem, some kind of problem that you see in the world. And for me, it was definitely my own problem that I wanted to solve. So when you start solving your own problem, you kind of often have maybe a passion behind it. So in my case, it was definitely passion for good family cooking at home. The problem is, for me at the time, was I was new in Dubai, I had a very busy career, and then I had 2 small kids, and I didn't want to offer, you know, everything that is available on your apps to come into your house, but I wanted to continue building that family time in the evening where you get to not only eat good food, That's not really the point. The point is to sit down at the table, everybody, eyeball to eyeball. How was your day? What kind of challenges did you have? What did you learn? And connect. And I felt like we were really struggling to arrange this with small kids, with hectic schedule, with work, with going to 5 different supermarkets, because for some reason they don't have a supermarket that has everything in Dubai, because you have to go to here to get your vegetables and there to get your meats, and it was complicated. So it was very simple. I need to solve this problem. Let me see who else is doing this. There's a couple of companies doing it abroad, so I started looking at what they're doing. I found a couple of companies doing it here, ordered their products, went and see what kind of van they have, asked the driver, can I see inside the van, what's happening, where do you get these products, do you know when they arrive to your warehouse, like all kinds of research, and then I figured out I can do this better. I know I can do this better if I put my head around it. And really, that's the beginning of it. So then you start thinking, okay, how can I do this? And who do I need to help me to do this? And I think I come from a very super simple background, very working class. The mottos in my family is only spend what you can afford, save everything. My father used to say, first you buy the small apartment, then when it starts creaking up, you take a slightly bigger apartment, and then when it's up, then you take the small house, and then you take the bigger house if you can afford it. So this is my upbringing. I didn't know anything better. I didn't know there was sexy ways to get involved with VCs until I started reading books about how you should build your business and how you should go to round A and B and C. I just didn't know. So it was not necessarily instantly a major choice. It was just, this is what I can do. I can figure it out. I call a couple of friends. You're good at this. Can you figure out how to set this up? You set this up. Can you help me out? And then I'd try, right? What do? You can only fail, and that's not a big deal. I had enough sort of thick skin at that point in time that if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. So really that was the beginning of it. And yeah, I think being lean and just growing to what you can from what you have, and then you expand, you save, and then you invest everything back in the business. I think it took us about a year and a half to start paying salaries for ourselves. So obviously I had to, as you've probably heard already, been a little bit frugal. So I had some savings, so I kept savings. And when I left my job, they give you a package here when you leave. And so this was okay to cover the basics. And then otherwise I did most of the job myself. Then my husband joined, and then we got some Upwork people and family and friends helping, and we paid them a little bit, and we sorted it all out until we were able to get some cash flow coming in. So now I'll talk about cash a little bit. I think the major success or the major turning point in the business was to make it a subscription business. And that just was what was happening at the time in the world. That was the trend a little bit with subscription businesses, whether it was with places like Dropbox or this different kind of SaaS providers, and everybody was going into a subscription model. And it suited us. But before that, I had sold every week. I had to call my 30 customers, next week it's chicken paella and it's Jamaican this and Jamaican. Are you in? Yes, I'm in. And then I'd go in and collect the money from everybody. It was so much work. It was hard work. And so eventually you get tired of the hard work and you start thinking maybe there's a better solution to this hard work. Let me put a subscription model together. And everybody said I was crazy because at the time there was no credit card payments, very little credit card payments in Dubai. Everything was cash on delivery, and people would say, your business, whatever you have now, the 5 people that love you, they'll just leave because nobody wants to give their credit card details. Everybody wants to pay cash on delivery. But it was the best decision. I think we might have lost 1 or 2 people that week when we announced it, and then eventually it sorted itself out. So it was a big risk, and it was the one that kind of set us up to scale. Because once we had that, and for our business model it works, I understand it's not the model that works for everybody, as an economic engine, but for us it was that, and then it meant that we had cash in the bank account in advance. So then it's about negotiating good terms with your suppliers, and then you keep on building that cash reserve and constantly in advance. The next thing was about buffer. When you read books and when you speak to people that talk about business, they do talk about buffer, and they talk about 1 or 2 or 3 months buffer of money to be able to have your operational costs covered in case something happens. And we decided we're going to go for 6, always minimum 6. And we were told it's stupid because obviously you have to invest, then you can grow faster if you use that cash. But it's been one of the best things again because we've learned so much from it. There's been multiple occasions where an opportunity has arisen. One was just before Christmas 2019. Little did we know what was coming in a couple of months' time, and we have this facility in a building, and there was our operational space was a little bit tight. It was we couldn't have stock, and it was a bit tight, and it wasn't that great. So there was a company that was doing some medical supplies, and they closed their doors in November, and we said, okay, let's break the wall. We lease that, we break the wall, and we expand. So we started doing that, and we had cash in the bank at the time. And then I went. There was a salon after that, cheap and cheerful, quite poorly run. And but I went in and had my nails done for Christmas. Talking to the ladies there, they haven't been paid for 3-4 months. They haven't received their salaries. So I came home and I'm like, you know, now that we're doing this construction anyway. What do you say if we see, can we get that extra space? Because they're obviously not bringing in the money, they're probably not paying their rent, they're not paying their staff, and the guys are already there with all the equipment. And I think this was a Christmas Eve conversation with the owner of the company, key money in overnight. The next day we took the place, and we had to say we had to say to the ladies coming in for their pedicure and manicure, we said, sorry, change of ownership, this is now food, mani-pedi no longer here. So it was a big risk. It was an overnight decision. Because we had money in the bank, we could do it. And 2 months later, when the whole fit out was done, COVID started, and we had 100% growth of orders overnight. So that was like something happened magical, but I think cash is pretty magical. So I think those are some of the examples that I have. I'd love to hear some questions. I had a couple of things here, because we have been approached many times and asked to see, why don't you get some funding? And I feel dumb every single time when people say, why don't you go and ask for some funding? Why don't you, get out there and get your Series A? You're ready for it. And I always think, yes, but what am I going to ask the money for? Because it's not that I have everything that I want today, but I'm not in a huge hurry. And that's just because that's the way I want to build my business. And for everybody, it's going to be different. So I wrote down a couple of questions. If you are a startup today, what is it that you want? And you don't have to tell anybody. You keep it for yourself, because sometimes the answer is really vain, and it's okay. So it's okay to say, I want money. I'm in this for money. I'm in this for freedom. I'm in this for prestige. I'm in this for meaningful and purposeful work. I'm in this for fame and glory. I want to be on Forbes magazine. I'm in it to build a great business that will be a legacy. I'm in it for learning, or a combination of any of these things. And I think once you know for sure which one it is for you, then you can build that map and decide how much money, or whether you need investor money, or whether you can go on and bootstrap all the way on your own. And the story could change. It can change also. It's okay to change your mind. Thank you.
Thanks, Olivia. Stay here, stay here. We are not letting you go. We need you for next 10, 15 minutes. I'll throw open the floor for questions, but I had 2 questions of my own that I wanted to address to you. The first question is around work-life balance. Since you said you do everything yourself, I know your story where you actually said you cut the vegetables and packed it yourself. You cleaned the meat, you filleted the fish, you did all that yourself and you were planning the recipe. So how in this kind of mean and lean startups, like we call it, or businesses, how do you manage your work-life balance?
I don't think there is such a thing as a work-life balance. I think you have to look at it from, you need to look at it 1 year. And how balanced have I been this year? I think you can't really look at it every day. Was today balanced? No. Today was not. Yesterday I had to go to a coffee morning at the school because my kids went back to school. So I said, okay, I'm going to focus tomorrow. The main priority is going to meet these new moms and sort out play dates, and that is the priority. But then today, because I did that yesterday, the priority is something different. And so the days are not balanced, but then you have to look at either a week or a year, I think is quite good.
And in terms of managing social media, because I think the kind of business you are, which is very B2C, how have you seen over the past 7 years the growth or the change, the way you've pivoted your social media messaging for your business? Because I know you do a lot of that yourself.
Yes, I think there's been a lot of changes in the structures and the structures in Facebook and Instagram and so forth. So I don't know if any other businesses have seen that their cost per acquisition has just like skyrocketed, and therefore we've also had to last year start thinking about a completely different strategy. And so I think it's just about following constantly what's happening and where, where the return on investment comes from. And it can be really daunting, and I have to say I don't fully understand it, so thankfully now I have people working in the team, colleagues that are so much smarter and that are specialized in this area, and they can do it. But otherwise I think the brand and the voice of the brand and the food and the passion it's clear. Like there's never been an ambiguity with what the message is, and then the channels just keep on changing and evolving, and you have to adapt to that. And there's thankfully there's a lot of people that live on their phones and know how to do it, and that's not me, but I have got a great team for that.
Because you're talking about the team, that's another pain point for all of us. How do you get the team first in a business like yours where they need to be highly aware of what they're doing? Because at the end of the day, you're catering to customers who are very picky, and you don't want them to fall sick, and you need to be very picky about your team. And how do you retain that team?
So this is a passion topic for me because I love people, and I don't have the answer to anybody on how to do it, but there's methodologies that we use that I'm happy to share with anybody, because at the end of the day, that's you just need to apply something and give something a try. So Jeff Smart wrote a book called Who. And in that book, he explains very clearly the strategy of hiring people. And basically, we just wrote down the questions and the structure, and we've applied that since. And we apply the same strategy whether we're hiring for a chief of operations or whether we're hiring for an assistant cleaner. Obviously, the length of the interview and the depth of the conversation will be different. But we are hiring people that have the right attitude, that are fit for the culture or are the missing piece that we need for the culture, and obviously have good skills. And skills we test. Skills, we'll always test. You're coming to do cleaning, you do a day of cleaning, we'll pay you for the day of cleaning, we'll inspect, and we'll see how it's getting on. You're coming to do front-end development, we've got a tool, we'll put you an assessment, you'll develop something, we'll look at the code behind it, and we'll do things like that to make sure that the skills are there. But the bigger part and the more timely part in the whole conversation is the character and the fit for the culture.
And do you also look for values, match in values, and is that one of the things?
For sure. So we've got 4 key values in the company, and I think you can ask more or less anybody, and they'll be able to say it, because we have, it's not reinforced in the way of like, what are the values, you must know the values, but we use Agile and Scrum quite in most of our teams, and within that cadence, the main weekly meeting that is a stand-up, in that we always think about, we have to prepare, and we'd have to say, okay, Vina showed positive family and team spirit for inviting me here, and positive family and team spirit is one of our key values, for instance. And so we think about the values and who has demonstrated those values in the last couple of weeks, and we talk about that together.
And is that one of the reasons you think that they've stayed on in your company?
I think so, and I think we have really diverse group. So people, I don't know, it's quite fun. I like going to work, and this is something that I feel most proud of, is the fact that I've created not only a job for myself that pays my mortgage and puts some money in the savings, but I've also created a place where I'm happy to go every day.
And I have to ask this because I'm a part of TiE Women. How many women and how many men in your team?
That's a really good question. So, in the office, we're about 50-50. In the operations, it's mostly guys, and this is a main focus for the team at the moment. So we are just trying to attract a female skills in the packing and picking department, but so far mostly guys are putting in their resumes for those jobs.
Thank you. I'm going to now take questions from anyone who has it.
Nice to meet you, Olivia. My name is Hussein, founding team of GrowCart. Actually, thank you for inspiration talk about your startup. It actually touches what we are currently doing. I have 2 questions mainly for you. The first question is about the break-even. The break-even. Can you talk to us about when did you break even? Especially about, you mentioned that your team was not getting salary and a situation like this. So please talk to us about the break-even. And second, about the team. How you managed it to maintain the team during the difficulty of the timing, and how you compensated them so that to keep a good culture inside the Hello Chef. Thank you.
So about the break-even is not it's a little bit of a non-event. It just happened. So obviously in the business, I was the founder, and then the first person that came to work was my husband as a CEO. So at the end of the day, we said, okay, until we start making money, we can't, you know, like there's no point in taking money from our savings to pay our salary. So we'll just wait until that happens. And then the first employee joined us, and obviously we instantly started paying the employees. So the break-even happened when we became profitable. In 2017 and started in 2015. And in terms of the team, I think this is such a broad and difficult question, but I was really inspired by Tony Hsieh's book about the culture of happiness. I think it's the name of the book. Tony Hsieh created a business called Zappos that sold to Amazon. And so I'm a big fan of Tony Robbins. So we went to a Tony Robbins when we started the business in Vegas. It was a big investment in our learning, and that's actually one of the things that you forget when you have a cushy job in a big company, that they have a big budget for your training programs, and you feel like, oh, here I have to go and select again all these. I have to spend this time learning about management skills or soft skills and blah blah blah. But actually, when you realize when you no longer have that, nobody's paying for your education, which you need to constantly keep up with what's happening and the latest tools and techniques and how to become a better leader and so forth. So this was a big investment, and off we went to Vegas to meet, to go to a Tony Robbins event. But because we had read the Tony Hsieh's book, they do tours. So the headquarters of Zappos is in Vegas, at least was in Vegas at the time. Unfortunately, Tony Shea passed away a couple of years ago. So we went, and they have this amazing culture. It's a bit crazy, like amazing culture. They've got a culture expert who comes and meets you at the headquarters reception and takes time from his day job to walk you around and introduce you to everybody, and you get to see everything, and all the teams are extremely empowered and can make their independent decisions within the teams. And I think this kind of blew our mind away, and especially their customer service team was amazing. And they told us about their customer interactions and their budgets or no budgets to sort out a customer's problem and so forth. So when we came back home, we decided that customer service was where we're going to focus. And you will notice if you are ever trying us, or if you have a problem, nobody in the team needs to check with the manager anything. They can solve your problem there and then. If you need a free box, you need 2 free boxes, you need 100 dirhams, 200 dirhams. If there's a problem, they will sort it out for you, and there's no need to let me check with my manager. We've even given a free box to a lady once who complained about rotten carrots, and when we checked her previous order, she didn't have any recipes with carrots, so she probably like mistakenly thought that some carrots that she has bought from a supermarket had gone off and they were ours, but we thought, never mind, let's keep her happy. It's not about a couple of carrots. So, but I think the empowerment is important to keep the team engaged, but with that you have to pay a little bit more money. You have to definitely look at what's the market, and then you pay a little bit more. And that's how you get the better people to work in your team.
Hi, Olivia. You have a great story, very inspiring, and especially that you have managed to come so far, absolutely being bootstrapped. I have a quick question. My name is Ambreen, and I'm the founder and CEO of Me2Door, the startup I just pitched. My question is, I'm pretty sure you have acquired customers in your targeted niche, and you're already serving them. Like, how do you see yourself in a space where any new competition tries to come in and enter into your space and takes away the customers, a well-funded startup maybe? And so what would be your competitive strategy as in your business mode? That's my first part of the question. My another question is, since I know this brand, Hello Chef, very well, so I'm pretty sure you have a great presence already in the market and you have built a brand. Have you been approached by investors, and have you been, how do you say no to them? just curious. Yeah.
So regarding the competition and building the moat, I don't know if there's anything magic about it apart from focus and excellent execution. We've had quite a few businesses come in, particularly during COVID, to do the same or similar model. And every time, like, you start following and you start saying, oh, here we go. Or supermarkets, Spinny started something, Carrefour started something during COVID, and they come with big money and big budget and logistics and suppliers and everything that we as a smaller business struggle. I think it's about looking a little bit about what they're doing, but just focusing on your own thing as much as you can. We are constantly looking out for the big international players, like, are they going to come? Obviously, Dubai is quite a small market, so I'm thinking this is not their primary focus, but if they take a strategy for the GCC, then obviously it will be a bigger challenge for us. But we'll just keep on making sure that we have all bases covered so that the execution is as good as possible, because customers will forgive you maybe once, if you mess up, but not often twice. And so with food in particular, you can get it easily wrong, whether it is something wrong with the cold chain or something else that can happen, especially in this part of the world. So, and regarding the investors, we had lots of requests at the beginning, and I was very clueless, and I think quickly they realized I was quite clueless, so better stay away. Because I'm like, oh, what did I need the money for? Like, what would I do? I could hire people, I could, you know, I just, in my head, I was, you know, I have a vision, but it's, I didn't know if it's going to work, so I couldn't say it's going to be this huge thing. So I think I kind of scared them away quite quickly. Then we are part of networks where there's opportunities to meet with investors, and where people and friends are investors maybe, and they're observing what you're doing. And I think now we because we have less. This is a difficult thing to say. We have big growth plans, but I don't have the plan like a major exit strategy today, because I like what I'm doing. I have a lot to learn. I think I have a lot more to give. So I can't, you know, I don't have a IPO in mind or another exit strategy. And usually that's not very interesting for investors. So again, we are all good. Yeah, at least today. And I might change my mind later.
We have time for 2 more questions.
Olivia, it's amazing hearing your story, but being a frugal entrepreneur is very, very difficult. I'm sure you've had experiences where you did something, but with hindsight, what would you have done differently, if you can give us an idea?
So probably I would have started a bit earlier with my own space, which obviously required money. So if I had done that a little bit earlier, then maybe I could be a bit further along the way. Again, even today, we are looking for the next space, and it's taking a long time because we have requirements and so forth. Budget, not too much of a problem, but it could be easier maybe to go and think about expansions outside of the UAE if we had additional money, or maybe somebody more strategic on board who had maybe experience somewhere in another market. But we've made so many mistakes, but I don't really regret many of them, because otherwise I would not have maybe learned. I think that's the thing. I can't say that if I had an investor or if I'd put in more money, maybe I would have grown faster if I put more in marketing. But then I would have had operational constraints, and then we're back to square zero, and I don't know.
We have time for the last question.
Hi, Olivia. Just wanted to know, how do you acquire customers apart from social media ads? Is there any other channel?
Mostly paid media is working for us at the moment very well. Social media was working for us really well a couple of years ago, and then it kind of stopped. And now paid media is very good. Our referral program has always been very good, referrals and word of mouth. And when I started doing Tupperware parties. I don't know if you've ever been or seen the 70s ladies doing their Tupperware parties, or makeup parties, or any other parties. And so I studied these on YouTube and how to conduct a really good Tupperware party. And so what I did is I called randomly a couple of customers on my list, said, hey, I've got a great opportunity for you. You just need to invite 10 of your neighbors that also have children, similar age children, or live in your community, and I'll come and I'll cook for all of you. And these kind of parties, I used to do them a lot during the first year, so this is a while ago. But it's a strategy I keep on having in mind. That was such a good strategy, because to date, lots of those people, when you go into people's houses, first of all, you get to see where their problems are. How do they use the product? You build a completely different relationship. They'll forgive you. They'll forgive you when there's a carrot missing, or the driver's late, or the kids didn't like the food. They'll call you and say, Olivia, it didn't really work out, because they have a connection with you. So those have been like the key strategies to finding customers, trying to find a really relatable way to connect with them. Obviously not very scalable. It was quite hard work, but then came social media, and after that paid advertising.
Olivia, I have a last question because our jury is back. I think it's around budgeting. Because you're bootstrapped and you're such a lean and mean startup, is budgeting every department one of your key roles as a founder? Like at the beginning of the week, do you sit and say marketing is this much, PR is this much? Do you budget every single penny that comes in and goes out of your business?
No, we are terrible at budgeting. No, we've read books about budgeting. I used to work in an accounting firm. My husband's a consultant. So we knew, like in our heads, we've seen millions of budgets before and how they're supposed to work. But I think we try to constantly, like, how can we stay agile, especially when we don't have shareholders to be accountable for. At the end of the day, we look at the books every month, and is it good? What's the P&L looking? Is it okay? So of course there are some parameters that we put now, and for instance, we are doing the planning for next year at the moment, so we are working on the parameters for the business and what are the key. Each department is pitching their big bets for next year and their things on where they think they need money, on either resources or capacity of equipment and so forth. So these kind of things are put down, and there's a ballpark figure. But things change constantly. There's no need to empty your budget to get more budget next year. None of that. This is from the past, this kind of thinking.
Olivia, I can't thank you enough for coming at such a short notice to talk to us, and now you're a part of our ecosystem. So we are going to use you to help our food tech businesses to connect with you, whether it is to mentor, whether it is to grow for them, and your advice for them is going to be invaluable. I can speak on their behalf. And for you, we have FedEx, we have a hospitality expert to make your budgets easy. We have a list of panel of experts that you can tap into. So welcome to our ecosystem, and we do this on a daily basis, so please tap into us and we will tap into you for our startups.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much. So everyone, you can be a lean and mean organization. You can. If somebody says you can't, they're lying. So please see what fits you and go that way. Now I see a beautifully dressed Cicely back in the room, and that's my clue to know that the results are out. So over to you, Megha.
Oh, to be a fly on the wall in that room where the judges were deciding who will be the winner of today's competition. I was just going to ask, in one word, very quickly, before we announce, in one word, describe what it was, how difficult or easy it was to make the decision. Uh-oh. Confusion. There was? Unity in the room. Well, it must be unanimous for you to be able to announce the winner. That's great to hear. I won't keep anyone waiting. I'd like to invite on stage Ashish Punjabi, President of TiE Dubai. Believe it or not, Ashish actually has a day job. He's COO of Jackie's Electronics, in addition to all the amazing work he does for TiE.
Thank you, Megha. Thank you, entrepreneurs. I think first and foremost, I need to recognize the fact that all of you are actually entrepreneurs first, who happen to be women. And I think this is what the judges saw today. It wasn't about this being a women's competition. This was actually an entrepreneurs competition. And we saw that diversity in terms of all the different businesses that all the women here competed in. And if I look at it from a TiE perspective, so as we said, we ran 5 competitions as TiE Dubai. We ran one in the UAE, we ran the same thing in Saudi Arabia, Levant, Egypt, and the rest of the Middle East. And if I look at all the applications that came in, we had various industries represented. So we had people in supply chain, logistics, mobility, fintech, real estate, social enterprises, enterprise technology, sustainability and environment, agri-tech, tech, media, communications, health tech, e-commerce, food tech, and ed tech. That is a lot of diversity. And that's not the first thing you think of when you think of a women's entrepreneur competition. Many years ago, we would have maybe thought of something else, but we look at the businesses today and the problems that all of you are looking to solve and the opportunities that you've seen in terms of how they can be solved. And I think this is what gives us confidence, because we live in a region that was for so many years a net importer of everything. And we're now a region that is capable of becoming a net exporter, an exporter of ideas, of businesses, of scalability. And I think this is what excites us. And when we've got a competition like this happening, we're going to have our 5 winners coming to GITEX across the 5 competitions, competing against each other. They're going to be introduced to VCs, there's going to be networking, there's going to be all sorts of investor access that's going to be there for them. But we're also going to take the 5 winners to Hyderabad, where they're going to be competing against winners of 35 similar competitions like this that have happened around the world. So the 5 winners that we've got from TiE Dubai are going to be competing against people from Silicon Valley, from Boston, from Chennai, from Singapore, from Australia. And they're going to be up against the best. And yes, they can win the $100,000, but they go into a cohort in an ecosystem where they get to meet and network with other women like them, with other entrepreneurs, with investors, with VCs, and I think that's a lot more powerful. I think that's the intangible. Because we saw this at last year's Global Finals. We happened to host it over here in Dubai. Some of the women who didn't win walked away with investment after coming here, just with the connections that they made at the event. And I think this is what we see as what we can do. And it's the stories of inspiration that we take from here and we want to move on with. And I think this is the biggest thing. We're going to have 2 runners-up as well today. The runners-up join the other runners-up from all the other competitions around the world, and we'll go into a global accelerator program run by TiE Women, and they will be in that program and will be a part of that. The winner today, though, and the winner of the other 4 competitions are our winners at TiE Dubai. And we need to see them succeed, we need to see them win. So we're going to give them the coaching, we're going to give them the capabilities, and we're going to do whatever we can to make sure we see them walk away with a $100,000 prize. That's a lot. Before I come down to the winners, I'm going to have to say a few thank yous. Thank you to the jury. Naeem, Aparna, Matthew, Saima, Ned. I didn't want to be in your shoes. That's why we left the decision making to you. Just as a point of reference for the audience and the contestants, the reason we've got 5 independent jury members in here is one of the mandates we've got is we are audited by KPMG at the Global Finals. And we've got none of us as charter members involved in voting, and none of us as sponsors involved as well. So we have got 5 independent judges here today who take a decision, and it is their responsibility. We know where the car park is. I have to thank the team at TiE Dubai, our charter members who've been working with us in terms of shortlisting a lot of the applications that came in. It's not easy to come down to. Sorry, it's not easy to come down to a final 10, and we had to use our TiE charter members to help us in terms of the shortlisting process. I have to thank also the team that runs TiE Dubai, Cicely, Payal, Krisha, Veena. Abir and Hani, who've also been involved with us in TiE Women, and then Mega as well for stepping up always as usual. Thank you. and our community partners. So we've had various community partners, such as N5 and others, who've been working with us and who've been helping us get in all these applications from across the region. Our aim is to keep continuing to grow this event, continue to grow this movement, and have more women apply in coming years as well. So with that, we will start announcing the runners-up. I can tell you, I sat in the jury room. I wasn't involved in the decision-making. While they were unanimous, there was a lot of debate. And there was a lot of debate because when you've got quality of that standard, it's not only about choosing number one, but the responsibility that they took on to even say 2 and 3 or 4 and 5. It isn't easy. There was nothing given for granted. Everything was questioned, including their own scores, which shows you that the seriousness that the jury have taken into this. So I have to thank everyone for applying. As we've said various times, you're all winners for us. But our second runner-up, and I'm going to make sure I say it correctly, Nutrical. Congratulations. Gina? Please. Thank you. Well done. For the first run-up, Shamima, can you join me up here, please? The first runner-up, and again, a very, very exciting business. First runner-up, GrowCart. Congratulations. And the winner. Can I get the jury up here, please? And the winner, who's going to be in the chance to win the $100,000 prize money, who's going to go to Hyderabad, who's going to be at GITEX. I'm inclusive. Congratulations, congratulations.
I'm just
So proud of you. Please.
Thank you. Yeah, I was gonna come.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. It's so awkward. Thank you so much.
Can we just move you in the middle? We'll pull you here. No, we need to just balance out the picture. Thank you. For everyone who manifested for wanting to win the $100,000 prize that didn't get it this time, I'm going to say try again. We've seen this. We've had this in our competition in Egypt. Our runner-up last year came back and won it this year. We've seen finalists from the previous years come back as well, and we've seen them perform. So please, don't get disheartened. This is only the first step in your journey, and thank you so much.
Can we have a picture of all the participants, all the teams that pitched? Can we have you all, and then we can take a group picture?
Of course, carry it.
I think we can have a big group picture with the jury, with Veena, come, everybody. Shamima. And then we lose the background. Time women. Abir. Shamima, Abir. Payal.